Whoa, is that the Nyan Bacon in my Twitch chat? Is it possible? Is it possible? Can you... Is this real? Is this AI? What is this? Yeah, that's me. How's it going? You've decided to join us on the Chaos Head Adventures as we are going through all the endings. We went through the first ending last stream, and now we're going through the next ending, and then after this one we go through all the different character route endings, and then you do the true ending. There's a lot of stuff we got to do. But the first thing I have to do is I have to post about my fucking streaming places. That would be nice. That would be nice. Welcome, Shadow. Welcome. I think I made a decision when it comes to the ad break bullshit that I'm just not going to stop when they happen. Sorry, not sorry. But my streams ain't that big, so my streams ain't big enough for me to want to stop every fucking hour for 3 minutes. So I'll live with it. I won't let you, yeah, I won't let you snooze this one. I don't know if it's because it's the first one of the stream, or if it's because we might have used up all the snooze of the last stream. I theorize it might be the first one you can't snooze, because I don't think we were allowed to snooze at the beginning of other streams I've done, but I could be wrong about that. It could also be that once your stream ends, Twitch has programmed it so it's still using up the time. Or some, I don't know. I don't know how it works. All I know is we're not going to bother snoozing them. You just live with it, okay? Get Twitch Turbo, or just watch the VOD on YouTube for any bits that you missed that you think are important. I don't know. I mean, like, I was trying to think of whether or not I should stop when it comes to ad breaks during the Chaos and Noah readings. But, you know, it's one of those things where it's just like, I mean, the VOD's not going to have to deal with this shit. And I don't want to have to stop every fucking hour. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I should be stopping for like 3 minutes every hour, or do you think we should just ignore it? I know we have to ignore it when it comes to the book club podcast. We have to. That's just, it has to happen. It just has to happen like that. But I don't know for my regular streams if I should get like more used to just pausing. I don't know what the what is the recommended thing for here. When I was running the automated ad breaks, I would just stop what I was doing for the ad break, but I got annoyed to do that every 45 minutes. You're getting some pretty long tension in the book. Yeah, the book club, it's no question. We cannot be pausing book club for ad breaks. That's just never going to happen. But it's for these other... hold on, let me make sure my camera's working too. Where's my camera? It's for the other streams. Okay, hello. Hi, guys. It's for the streams, especially the visual novel reading streams. You know, because other games we could just be yapping and doing some bullshit, and it's like inconsequential whether or not like you're actually missing some of the content. But when it comes to visual novel readings, I don't know. Maybe I'll take the break when we get to ad breaks during visual novel readings. So specifically for the Chaos Head Noah stuff, and then once I'm not doing something that requires the content to be consumed in those time frames, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to do. So the plan, I guess, for now. Okay, I think I started off saying that we're not doing the ads, but for Chaos and Noah, we'll do the ad breaks. Okay, so every hour we'll stop for like 3 minutes, and ads are apparently about to start. So have fun with that. Let me know if you get the ads actually, because supposedly it tells me it starts them around now, but I don't actually know if it serves it for everybody. So I don't get ads because I'm not a loser. True, you are a 14-month subscriber to the TTV/Wolfborg with 2 G's. So that makes you pretty impressive. Yeah, it's just you and me right now, okay? This is, yeah. How's things been? How's life? You've been getting everything handled? Everything squared away? Everything all settled? Are we good? Okay, that's all set there. Get my water. Make sure my water's all settled here. Well, let me turn on the waiting music too. Relax. Just a smidge. Turn it down. Not doing so hot. How about you? I'm a little hot. That's why I have the AC going. We're in this like point now where it's like not really summer anymore, but it will like I'll get hot and I'll turn the AC on, and then very quickly it will be too cold, and then I'll have to go back up and turn it off. This will probably happen a few times during the middle of the stream. So there they are. Oh, the ads finally happened for you. The ads kicked in. Enjoy those. Today's the first day in 112 days. Arizona hasn't hit 100 Fahrenheit? Oh my god. Hey, when is daylight savings? That's like November, right? Daylight savings. Oh, also I can switch to... Oh, there's no... I don't have waiting music in the scene. Oh, technically speaking, this is supposed to have its own music, but it's kind of depressing. Hold on, we'll go back to the camera scene for now. We'll go back to the camera. Where is the camera scene? I have lost my camera scene. I do not see it. There we go. We're back. We are so back. We are so back. Ends November 3rd. I see. I see. I see. First week of November, I think. Okay. If I could keep up with the book club, I feel like such a dickhead for falling behind on the Umineko reading, but just everything is kicking my ass right now. All you gotta do is just start reading. Just start reading and everything will be good. But I understand everything else is kicking your ass, you know, so you just gotta... When it comes to the reading stuff, especially when it comes to the Umineko reading stuff, don't be too, like, hard on yourself when it comes to trying to solve all the mysteries right away with this kind of stuff. Just focus on when you get the chance between all your other stuff. Just, you know, do the reading and then we can analyze all the stuff together when we have time or whatever. So just don't worry too much about getting the answers when it comes to this, because I know that can make at least my reading sometimes go a little slower with that, because I'm trying to piece together, or I'm like, they just said this thing, but is that what happened in this episode? And I try to like back trace it and all that, and it's a whole thing. So I'm just trying to explain, like, you just gotta just read, and then like you might have to reread stuff later on, but as long as you get that started. But the big thing is you don't want to, with these kind of things, let it pile on. You know, you don't, if you miss 1 week, that's whatever. You miss 2 weeks, it's a little more difficult to get involved later on because of all the other stuff that you'll have going on with life. You miss 3 weeks, it's probably fucked. I mean, it usually depends. It depends on if you end up getting like a whole like weekend off or something like that, and you're just like, let me just grind this, but then you end up burning yourself out on what you read. Sometimes, depending on what it is. With things like the Umineko, they're pretty like chonky reads. Well, for some of the episodes were. Some of the episodes were chonky reads, but not so much the current episode, because now we're getting a lot of like, each episode is going to take us 3 weeks to go through, but that's because they're usually like 2 volumes each. So it's not that bad. I will catch up this week. Salute. It's on my list of readings to do. I believe in you. I believe in you. 2 years, I'm not trying that much of figuring it out. I'm just there for the memes. I mean, hey, that's fine. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. That won't stop the Beatrice laugh sound effect from happening every 5 seconds. Won't stop that. But that's fine. It's perfectly fine. Now, we have quite a few things that we got to do here. Okay? Quite a few things we got to do here for this Chaos Head stream. Alright, let's switch over to that now. Okay. We are here tonight to play through, hopefully, all of the Crying Sky ending. I don't know how each of these other individual endings, how long they are. I don't know how long they are. But the hope is that we're able to go through, similar to before, where we're doing 1 chapter every stream. Hopefully, we'll be able to do at least 1 ending every stream. There's like some, like, what, 10 or 11 endings? So the hope is that we can go through... Let me turn this down slightly until we officially start. So the hope is that, we can go through all these. I have, because I want to make this process a little quicker rather than just trial and error Because the way it works now, the first time you play through the game, you're locked into the ending that we got before, the Silent Sky ending, no matter what you choose. Now keep in mind, I've never actually finished Chaos Head before, so I'm learning this stuff secondhand from like things online. All right, so this is what I've been told. First time you play through, your choices largely don't matter except for like a couple. I think there was like some bonus questions about whether or not you prefer like preferences when it comes to swimsuits, like whether or not there's a name on the school swimsuit or like some other questions like that. Also, there's a psychological analysis like questions that you get at some point, which usually just gives you bonus meme tip thing that you can read. So those kind of things, those don't really impact the story. So you can get multiple different things with that. But everything else, largely, no matter what you pick, you're getting locked into the first ending, which we've now completed, though, which means now our choices matter. Oh, fuck. And so before, we were given 3 choices. Occasionally, you could pick to experience a positive delusion, a negative delusion, or no delusion. We largely did not do any no delusions in the first playthrough because I wanted to have fun with the delusions or whatever. So we just usually went back and forth between this is a positive one, this is a negative one. Negative ones usually led towards death. Positive ones led towards also terrifying things, but also many times horny things, or sometimes both. It's like horny and terrifying. These things happen, okay? But then we snap out of it. But sometimes you also had really dumb, fun, positive endings. Like I think there was one where we were just like, oh my god, I'm in the video game world. I really am in Baselard or whatever it is that they play. ESO. I remember you picking no delusion exactly once, and it was for the very first one. I don't remember doing that at all. Maybe I did. I don't remember it, but perhaps I did. The VOD in the thing will tell you. But the point of it is, before your choices don't matter. Now they do, for each of these specific endings we want to get. Now I have, through my precognition abilities that I absolutely have in real life, okay? I know the delusions or non-delusions we have to pick at certain times in order to get the very specific endings. I am I have the precognition powers the same as Takumi, all right? I don't live in a shipping container like Takumi, but I got the brain power, so I know what we're supposed to pick. Don't ask me how I know what we're supposed to pick. And if you hear me alt-tabbing out of the game for a second, don't worry about that. I'm obviously just checking stream settings and all that. It's not for any other reason, okay? So don't. All right. So I just want to make sure you guys know to keep your hands and feet in the vehicle at all times with this. Now, I am told with my abilities that we have to trigger at least 11 specific delusions. There are many delusions where it doesn't matter, but there's 11 delusions out of a specific set of delusions that we have to trigger. We have to satisfy the conditions of. Also, we will be told at certain times specific yes/no type prompt questions for each of the girls, which are supposed to lock us into their specific routes. We're not doing that this first time. This first time we're going for a specific ending called the Crying Sky ending, which from what my precognition powers tell me, is not a route ending for a specific character. I don't believe, not in that sense at least. So perhaps it is the ending that we got, but maybe there's other differences to it with this. So we had Silent Sky, and now we're doing Crying Sky. So perhaps it will be very similar to Silent Sky, but have differences. Now, those of you unfamiliar with VNs like this, as we play through again, there will at times be completely new scenes that were not there before, regardless of what delusions or non-delusions we decide to do at the time. So, and you might think to yourself, but Wolfborg, it took us so fucking long to read through all the chapters that we did. You telling me you're gonna read through the whole VN again? No, of course I'm not, dummy. Okay, we have these features in these games called a skip function, and specifically, you have these so that they skip any text you've already read. It will stop at any new text on any new scenes or on delusion triggers. That's how we're gonna make sure it's set up for. So this will make it a little quicker. So we'll be finding the delusions, and some of these delusion or non-delusion, the delusion trigger moments will be bonus scenes that we did not read before because it's not the delusions that we picked before. So we'll be getting bonus scenes on our way to get to the new ending. So I will try to recall exactly what was going on at around the time when we get the new scenes, and we will see how that goes. So, let's lose our minds. Are we ready to lose our minds here? I think we're ready to lose our minds. I think we're ready. There's patents. Maybe we don't get sliced apart at the end. That'd be fun. You know, it could happen. I believe it could happen. All right, fine. We'll listen to this one. We'll listen to this and then we'll get going. Okay, get us a little excited for it. This is actually probably not the best choice though, because it's just wasting more time that we could be reading instead of dealing with ads later. But don't worry about that. Okay. Supposedly, my precognition powers in a visual form of my precognition, which I did not click on. I mean, you know, register in my thoughts to like actually watch because I didn't want spoilers for my precognition powers. They told me that there was like a time stamp next to it of how long it would take my precognition powers to like visually play the scene to me, and it looked like it was like under 2 hours. That's what it looked like in my precognition powers. So it might be shorter. The last couple streams has been about like 4-hour reads, but this might just be like 2. I don't know. I have no clue. Wow. I'm so excited. Once we're done with Chaos 10, I'm still trying to debate if I want us to go to Danganronpa or if we want to go to Steins Gate. I think we do want to break from Science Adventure, and I feel like Danganronpa, the first one, would be a very interesting departure from this type of thing. Imagine having to actually do my job. Gross. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Play more Halo? I did finish Halo 1. We could go to Halo 2. That is definitely an option that we could do. I could be playing Halo 2. That's definitely something I've considered. I've been considering also getting back into doing Master Duel streams. Specifically, I was considering getting back into playing Master Duel again in general, from a stream that I was watching earlier today, Digishell, okay? And it put the earworm, or the brain worm in me to want to get back into playing Master Duel. You should play Pokemon with me? No, that's not. I'm not playing the Pokemon card game, no. So, I'm either going to be getting back into Master Duel, playing that more regularly, or I'll try to play more of Shadowverse, or my brother texted me and asked if I knew anything about Weiss Schwartz. I've been wondering whether or not I should look into how Weiss Schwartz works, and whether or not I should get into that card game. I think that's how you say the name of it, too. I might have killed that shit. Heard of Weiss Schwartz? I just know that when I was at ANYC and other anime conventions, I've seen the card game packets, and they're like, no, we're not doing this. Not doing this. We're about to get started. They were like collabs with like other animes or franchises or whatever. Which I believe, I could be wrong, there was either WeCross, which I do also have those cards. I could also try to get into WeCross, like the actual card game. So I don't know if you could play it digitally, but WeCross is a thing. And Weiss Schwartz, it was either Weiss Schwartz or WeCross, but one of them, I think, had physical cards of new game characters, I think. Which interested me, of course, as the new game. By the way, you guys, I don't know if you can see. You probably still can if I go to my camera view. Oh, the waiting music's in the scene. Don't worry about the waiting music. There's a big pile here of shit. It's kind of a little off-scene. It was like all the little like keychains and stuff that I got. It's all fucking new game stuff. And it's all great, but I need a proper place to put them. I don't know a good way to be displaying keychains in my room that would be nice, or if I even want to set up a display for them. But I guess I'll deal with that. But I would like to put them in a nicer place than just a random pile on my desk at the moment, which is where I've been keeping them to look at them and smile on occasionally. You know, I mean, that's just the thing. So anyways, all that's done with that. Let's begin Chaos and Noah. Now, we unlocked the CG library, we unlocked this and this and this. We also, at some point, it said unlock the ability to jump around. Apparently pressing start doesn't let us just skip to the episode. So that's obviously not that. Let's return to the title menu. It must be like continue. If you do continue, it must let you pick. Perhaps. Shortcut, that's what it is. So we can just jump to specific chapters. So here we have all the basic chapters, and then chapter 10, Silent Sky, which is the original ending that you get. So now we move on to Crying Sky. And how we get there is we do have to start from the beginning, though. We do have to start from the beginning. We have to get to Delusion 1, and then Delusion 3. We go neutral for these first two in chapter 1. Okay, skip this. We've already been through this. Hold on, wait. Let me actually check my configuration to make sure if we skip, it will... text settings. Skip mode, red only. Okay, good. So that means stop auto/skip mode at Delusion. Yes, good. All right. So now we just got to make sure we know how to skip. Skipping is right bumper. Okay. So once I do that, we're in skip mode. And then left bumper is force skip, which I believe will not stop. So be careful about that. I believe that's how that works. Deadass, I haven't picked up Shadowverse since August, but with the monthly format rotation, I'm not sure if picking up the game would be worthwhile unless you're doing sessions very often. Yeah, I was wondering about Shadow. Like, I don't know. I was interested in trying out Shadowverse again, but then I'm just like thinking to myself, maybe I should just get back into Yu-Gi-Oh! But then Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a whole thing. God, every single time I sit down to watch the stream, someone interrupts me for work stuff. Well, tell them to stop. Tell them you have a gun to their head and you're going to work and there's nothing they could do to stop you, or else in Minecraft, in Chaos Head Noah. Yeah, tell them you're going to send them the patents and they'll know. They'll know what that means. I don't think I should be doing that at school. I said in Minecraft, in Chaos Head Noah. I said it. You just tell them that. I mean, listen, I think you're trying to do work stuff, okay? What are they going to do? You're just working. Let them work. All right, let's skip. We do right bumper. We skip. Let's see when we get some new content here. All right, so the first one we do neutral. Now, Shadow claims this is the first one. The very first one, I was also... Oh, this choice doesn't matter. Swimsuit plus glasses equals perfection. I mean, yes. That's... Yeah. I mean, glasses in general equals perfection. That's just a fact. So we'll say yes. It's not a real school swimsuit unless there's a name tag on the chest. I don't think that matters. I'm not an elitist. In the end, what really matters is the camel toe. In terms of the school swimsuit? Probably. Probably that's a big part of the appeal, if we're going with the otaku mindset of it. Or the pervert mindset of it. Whatever you want to accuse our main character of being. He's probably both. Actually, he is both. What am I saying? He is both. If it's just a story mode, maybe you could use that to see if you... Oh! We have a new scene. We have a new scene. Sunday, 3 a.m. at Cafe. Despite it being the weekend... Sounds of someone tapping away at a keyboard echoed throughout the building, undeterred by the late hour. Sitting inside room 37 was a boy, facing a computer monitor. The boy remained still and unmoving. And instead of sitting in the provided recliner, he sat in a wheelchair. Oh my god! We are in Shogun mode. Well, technically he's also Takumi, but he's the original Takumi. But now we're seeing him send all his weird shit. Wow, Kami, it's their almighty hero. Oh, so he's just watching. Yeah, because he was lurking the chat, so he's just watching them go back and forth. The hell is New Gen? Take a look at this, LOL. By the way, just a reminder, yeah, Grim, we now know Grim turned out to be the crazy nurse lady. Who is also the New Gen killer, apparently. That was the thing that happened. Anyways. The boy finally stirred, ending his period of motionlessness. His eyes, hiding beneath his cap, pierced through the screen. A nearly inaudible whisper left his lips. Don't kill me, I'm New Gen, yes, us New Gen boys.
これが次のニュージェネの妄想なんだね。
Yeah, they keep talking their combo that we've already seen before. And then Shogun's by himself, and then that's when he scares the shit out of me for no fucking reason. Once he was sure the user, known as Grim, had exited the chat room, the boy began to take action, draping his wrinkled hands upon the keyboard. His mission was to get into contact with Neidhart to warn him and... and to strike fear into his heart. Okay, I was going to say, if he was actually from the start trying to warn him, he did a dog shit job at it, but we know why he's trying to strike fear into his heart. It's because he's trying to get him to unlock his potential and find his D-sword, as the kids say. And then they send the shady link. A distorted expression weakly crawled onto the boy's face. In that moment, his expression may have appeared pained to an outside observer. But in reality, it was quite the opposite. The boy was smiling. And with what you played last time, you got like 1/7 of chapter 1 done. They make him sound very... This is... The sounds for how fast he types are very accurate towards like old people typing, I guess. And he's supposed to look like wrinkled and old, but he's not, though. Our boy is dying, though. His hand suddenly froze.
思い出して。
Remember.
君は知らないだろうけど、知っているんだ。
An enigmatic whisper, spoken as though it were directed towards Neidhart on the other side of the monitor. Returning to silence, he began typing once more. This time, writing out a single mathematical formula. No, don't type the formula! Oh. Oh, he's a math nerd. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's a math nerd. Oh, no. No. Yeah, okay, we've seen all this before. Shady link, shady link, shady link, shady link, shady link, shady link. Hey, you want a shady link? We got plenty of those. How about this shady link? Shady link. Shady link. Shady link. Here's 10. Here's 11. Here's 12. Okay, it finally ended. Neidhart failed to reply. From this, the boy deduced that Neidhart must have clicked one of the links he had pasted again and again into the chat window. It might have been strenuous for Neidhart, but it was something that he had to show him at all costs.
怖いかい。でもだからこそ、君は目覚めることができるんだ。
Speaking those words to himself, he sent his final message. Goodbye. Whose eyes are those eyes? Mods, turn him into an old man. Take his bones. Remove them. Oh, there was a thing I was supposed to read. Without waiting for the response from Neidhart, he logged out of the chat room. A small sigh came from beyond the wall, followed by a light knocking sound. Signs that the occupant from the room beside him had stood up from the chair. And before long, the door to his cubicle, room 37, was open. That would be actual Takumi? No, that's Yua, okay. The girl didn't smile. Oh, yeah, because, what am I saying? Takumi would actually be in a shipping container right now. Or our main character, Delusion Takumi. The girl didn't smile. Her expression remained grim as she took hold of the handles of his wheelchair. Oh no, that's Remy! That's Remy! Oh, okay. I forgot. She's like, taking care of him. His answer to the girl's question, which him asked rather abruptly, was brief and concise. Still being well attuned to the boy, the girl was able to sense a hint of tension in his voice. A shipping container? What the fuck? So, the main character of this game, Takumi, is an otaku freak who lives in a literal shipping container at the top of a building. He lives in that. He's got all of his aerogaze. He's got his pewter. Okay, he's got his favorite MMO loaded up on it, and he has a guide for minimum attendance chart or whatever, his plan to go to high school the minimum amount it requires to graduate. And he does that, and he just stays home, and then he is also a nervous as fuck loser when it comes to interacting with anybody, and like he assumes every woman is trying to murder him, which tends to be actually the case eventually, but that's not like that's a whole different thing. Anyways, that's just to give you a little background. Let's give you a little background there. He ends up like wooing over most of the girls anyways, but that's a whole different thing. Again, we'll get into that. Right now, the character we are now, just to get you caught up, by Nyan, is the real Takumi, who has these precognition, like, delusion powers or whatever. But something is going on with his body to where he's now a withered, old-looking man or whatever, even though he's the same age as our main character. And he has created a delusion version of Takumi, who has ended up becoming the otaku freak loser that lives in a shipping container. And his purpose of making Delusion Takumi, who is our main character, is for him to stop the Noah 2 project, which is a secret government project to basically send delusions to all the people so that they can basically, essentially, mind control everybody for reasons. So we're trying to stop that from happening. This reminds me of a book I was like briefly told about, but I don't remember the title of. Hold on. Okay, I believe you.
西条匠に接触してきたのは僕だけじゃなかった。
そっか。
She didn't speak another word. She simply pushed his wheelchair toward the front of the cafe in silence. Okay, there's my minimum attendance chart, and then we skip ahead, see what new scenes we get. I think we're going to get the first illusion here. Was it here? It was here. Okay, we're so in. We're so in here. All right, so here we do nothing. The first illusion trigger, we do nothing. We stay neutral. And according to Shadow, this will be, when we do this will be a brand new scene. Oh wait, what am I doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop. There you go. I was trying to trigger skipping. Okay, so yeah, so we did do that scene before. Okay. All right, now we have new stuff here. It's just a coincidence. And then we get a yes-no prompt. And this is apparently important towards a character route. So we just say no. Otherwise, we'll be locked into a character route. I'm making it all up in my head. The new gen killer is somewhere in this school. Whoever wrote this is trying to provoke me. No. I should definitely erase it. No. Leave it alone. And we skip. Okay, so the next one, it seems like it doesn't matter for delusion trigger number 2. The next one, it doesn't matter. Delusion number 3 is where it does matter, and we have to do nothing. So, for delusion trigger number 2, when we do get to it, what do you guys want to do? Positive, negative, or no delusion? We're at delusion number 2. I don't remember what we did before, so I can't speedrun this without just guessing to see if we've done the scene before. So it's either going to be positive, negative, and I think in this scene with her, it might have been negative, and then I think she got poisoned and died. I think that's what happened here. So perhaps we do positive, but keep in mind, we do positive, there's probably something sexual going to happen. Potentially. I don't know. This is our sister, by the way. So bear that in mind before you say what you want us to do. Well, technically our sister, she's the sister of the real Takumi. We're delusion Takumi, so I guess technically speaking, it's a thing. Okay, it was called The Lathe of Heaven. It was about a guy who has the dreams that become reality, and only he and the doctor that's working with him on his visions remember the past realities that is somehow left by rewriting reality. That sounds pretty sick, actually. I might check that out. That sounds very Steins Gate, very science adventure coded. It sounds very interesting. Okay, so like I said, I believe negative delusion, she gets poisoned and dies. We're going to do positive here and see what happens. The third delusion trigger is where it matters for us to do nothing. So we'll just do positive here. And we'll see what happens.
知らんがな。しょうがないな。じゃあ、コーラもらうね。
Our main character will most of the time violently hate our sister and just be thinking to himself, get the fuck out of here, bitch, like constantly. So keep that in mind for whatever happens here. Surprise, fucking surprise. She went ahead and did as she pleased. There's this thing called permission, you know. She grabbed a bottle of cola from the fridge, one I had already drank from, no less. And after only a second of hesitation, she cracked it open and gulped it down. All right, we're locked in. What happens? Her soft throat rose and fell seductively. Okay, we knew this was probably going to happen. Pumping the soda down with an audible gulp, gulp, gulp.
せめてコップ使え
Yeah,
よ。
use a cup. You slut. Had she seriously just drunk straight from the bottle? Even though she was a girl? What a disgrace. This was exactly why 3D sucked ass. As soon as Nanami finished her drink, she went right back to pouting like before. Though, was it just me, or did it seem like she was blushing a little?
だって、ナナはお兄と関節キスしたかったんだもん。
Okay. All right, Nanami. All right. Even though she's a girl. Yeah, our main character is an otaku freak loser who lives in a shipping container and just jerks off to eroge all day and doesn't talk to women. So I don't. If you're wondering why he seems like he's just like, wow, fucking girls, am I right? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Listen, I get anime tropes, but like, bro, yeah. I again, Takumi is not. he's just like that at times, and I mean, he's not very mentally stable. Okay, he's hanging in there, but okay. I could have, but what if I wanted a direct kiss with you? So she's okay. And just like that, she dropped a bombshell. She still kept her pouty attitude, but now she was looking straight at me. I was paralyzed. My little sister was on the verge of tears, and all I could do was just stand and stare. Had I just tripped a flag? Like some kind of eroge? Was I on the little sister route? No, actually, that's a different choice we have to make. That's not what this playthrough is, Takumi. Did you not see the title of the stream? This is the Crying Sky ending. This is not the Nanami ending. I think that's what we're doing next stream, but that's a different thing. Hey man, I'm also mentally ill, and that doesn't mean I want to make out with my brother. Hey, listen, just cause that, hey, listen, I don't know a lot about mental illness because I don't have it myself in you know, but I can assume that just because my mental illness does not do this certain thing doesn't mean that that applies to everybody. I don't know. I feel like different people have different types of mental illusions that make mental illnesses that make them do different kind of things. I don't fucking know. You don't have mental illness? As far as I know. As far as I know, I don't. As far as I know. I haven't been diagnosed or anything. For context, the bad delusion, you accidentally kill her by thinking about the drink might kill her. Yeah, yeah. But you read Homestuck. Bro, that's like, it's not like I've read Homestuck this year or recently. I read it when I was like fucking 14. Like, when it was releasing at the time. That's the whole, and it wasn't even like towards the start of it. It was like towards, I don't want to say towards the end of it, but it was a good chunk of it was done. I think the troll stuff was done at the time. And I had some other friends of mine who were into Homestuck, and they encouraged me to try it out, so then I did at the time, okay? But I survived without mental illness. I think that says a lot. I've also played Danganronpa, and I do not have mental illness, so yeah. Finally have a neurotypical friend. Oh boy. Anyways, and I just tripped a flag like some kind of arrogate. Was I on the little sister route?
軽蔑した
Well, I mean, Takumi sounds like he fucking hates you.
だとしたらノノ悲しくなっちゃうな言っとくけど鬼相手じゃなきゃそんなこと
You wouldn't you wouldn't drink out of bottles for just saying, or is she about to do something? She's about to do something, ain't she? Nanami's voice gradually lowered.
鬼のバカ
Fuck. Her voice was a faint murmur as she hung her head in shame. There wasn't a single trace of her typical bratty attitude.
ねえ鬼関節だけじゃ嫌だな
Takumi, what are you thinking about, buddy? Hearing that, I tried to gulp, but the saliva got caught in my throat and refused to go down. And with that, I was completely cornered, though I still don't really understand what Nanami meant.
鬼
I don't know.
キスしたいわ
Then just go to a different tab. I don't know what to tell you. There's nothing actual. There's no actual sex in this game. This is allowed to be streamed on Twitch. Don't worry. Nanami took a step closer to my petrified body. What should I do? I'd always seen Nanami as this obnoxious little brat, but right now, my heart was pounding out of my
いい
chest.
じゃん
It's okay, right?
16
No,
年
it's
間
not.
も我慢
Wait,
してきたんだよ
16 years. Nanami. Okay, we need a... No, I shouldn't be blaming Nanami. It's Takumi. Takumi's thinking about this shit. Nanami reached her arms out and wrapped them around my neck.
キスして
She was almost begging. Then she raised her chin ever so slightly. I thought you were also mentally ill. Are you not? Do you just go around thinking everybody you know is mentally ill? What is going on? No, and you can't just believe that by default. What could have possibly tipped you off? And closed her eyes. And my answer was... Oh, we actually have a choice here now, too. And this is probably where we say no. I'm into older sisters, not younger ones. Based. Wait, are we supposed to say no here? Wait, does this matter? Wait, hold on. Let me consult my precognition abilities real quick. I mean, yeah, you know how Stan users attract Stan users? I assume everyone I know is mentally ill until proven otherwise. You may additionally encounter... This is what my precognition is telling me. You may additionally encounter new yes-no prompts tied to heroines throughout this playthrough. We will use these in subsequent playthroughs to branch into heroine routes, but for the time being, answer no to all of these prompts. All of them. So I'm guessing that includes this one. So let's say no here. That's what my precognition has told me. I like girls with flat chests. That's not true. It's not true. There are 3D girls I like besides Nanami. Wait, we're given all the no's here are very contradictory. I admit it, Nanami is cute. No, we don't do that. This ain't Fire Punch. We ain't doing that. I want to kiss Nanami-tan. Why would you say that?
いや、その理屈はおかしい。
Yeah, that don't add up. Get us out of here. Get us out of here. All right, what do we got? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Takumi. What is your problem? What the fuck? I'd zoned out and let my delusions run wild again. I never felt so disgusted with myself in my life. Like, OMG, barf. Just totally barf. And we got a tip for Water Lily and OMG. Wait, when was Water Lily? When did Water Lily happen? Oh, this is describing his D-sword towards the end, probably? The shape of Takumi's D-sword represents his pure soul. Its very long design, featuring no ornate decorations, signifies that Takumi, who until then had only been running away, had begun moving forward, risking his very existence. This edgeless sword severs everything in its path by vaporizing all it touches in an instant with tremendous heat. OMG, short for oh my god or oh my gosh. While the abbreviation originated in a letter written in 1917, it is most commonly associated with texting and the internet. In recent years, however, it has become popular enough to be used colloquially in normal conversation, especially among teenage girls. I love looking at our latest tips entries. We have like gang equals MC squared, gang stalking, imprinting, Gestaltzerfall, Messiah, tentacle porn, perpetual motion machine, water lily, OMG. There's a lot going on. And then I started thinking, I'm not allowed to do that, so I don't know why Takumi is doing that. Maybe if we weren't blood related, and she fell a little more into the cute little sister archetype, I wouldn't be such a virgin loser.
どうしたの?
After finishing her cola, Nanami shot me a confused look. I'd been acting weird because of my delusion just now, and Nanami had noticed. Snap out of it. I took a deep breath and forced the disgusting thoughts out of my head. And then we kept skipping. Alright, now the third one, delusion number 3. We don't do a delusion. This is the first new non-delusion we're gonna do. Alright. Oh, this was Yua. Okay, for context of Nyan. Yua, this girl with the glasses, was stalking us at this point in the story. We had noticed her behind us at times, okay, on our way to school and stuff like that. Never talked to this chick before, but she went to our school. And I think this was our first time leaving the, like, cafe, and then noticing her directly across the street staring at us. And then I think a chase happens. We'll see. Shocked, I took a step back. On the other side of the crosswalk, standing among the crowd, waiting for the light to change, was the girl. And to make matters worse, the gaze beyond those glasses was clearly pointed straight at me. She didn't even try to look away. Her eyes were so intense, it was as if they were urging me to do something. Alright, we're locked in. I couldn't take my eyes off her either. It was like I was suffering from sleep paralysis. Suddenly, Girl A opened her mouth. She seemed like she was trying to say something. But everything else was so loud, there was no way I could hear what she was saying. I was completely entranced. All I could do was stare at the movements of her lips. Whose eyes are those? A chill ran down my spine. There was no way she just said that. It must have been my imagination. I sucked at lip reading anyways, so I'd probably just gotten it wrong. Yeah. I shook my head, trying my hardest to look away from her. Either way, Girl A had definitely said something. Whatever it was incredibly creepy, especially considering the two of us had never met before. I needed to stay away from her. I should just run. I'll just run straight home. Run! And then I ran. Whipping my weak, withering heart into shape, I broke into a sprint. I ran back down Dokenzaka, trying to put as much distance between me and Girl A as I could. On the way, I turned to enter a back alley. And right as I did, I crashed into something and toppled over. Pain shot throughout my entire body. I groaned, not fully understanding what had just happened. The pain was so bad I could hardly stand. Looking up, I saw a big motor scooter lying on the ground. Oh, wait, we can skip now. I keep forgetting it turns off the skip, and you have to manually turn back on when it takes it off. Okay. Yeah, we already had all that. And then she hangs out with us, helps us back to our apartment. Now, I believe the next one that we deal with is in Chapter 2 for delusion trigger number 8. So all these next ones, they don't matter. For our route lock-in here. Okay, so we pretty much just have to get all the way to delusion number 8 next. So this is delusion number 4. So we have to keep a count going on these delusions here. This is delusion number 4. I mean, my precognition also has a description of them too. Our next one is delusion trigger 8 during the Phantasm performance while watching Fess. Oh my god, they have us do the positive there? That's when the orgy scene happens. What the fuck? we have to lock in the orgy. We have to lock in the orgy delusion. The concert orgy. I think we were reading that scene and Amitz came into the chat like right as they was starting. He was like, yo, hey, yo, I gotta check this out. All right, so positive, negative, neutral. Neutral's the one that I know for all of these now. We've never done before. But neutrals are also boring because nothing happens. So, positive or negative? What do you want here? I don't remember what happened with her last time. I think we might have done positive. I don't remember. What do you want us to do, Nyan? You want negative or positive delusion? What do you want? What would you like to experience today? Would you like suffering? Or would you like suffering? These are two different sides. Yeah. One is good suffering, one's bad suffering. I think. Whichever involves the most blood and violence and death, then you want negative delusion. Why don't you just say that? Why don't you just say negative? Why don't you just say you want negative? Just say that you want death. We might have done this before, though. I don't remember. Nope, this is new. This is new. I know we have, like, nice, cheerful music going on. I don't like those eyes right now. I don't like what's going on with the eyes right now. This is where the stalker girl goes yandere and fucking kills us in our shipping container home. Had my eyes on you for a long time. Yeah, we know. Well, that's a little concerning. Oh, we got a CG here. Yua's face turned bright red, and right after this sudden confession, she started fishing around in her bag. She must have been looking for something. It's gonna be like a stun gun. Oh, really? You did? Did you? Oh, okay. Well, she finally pulled something out of her bag. A brand new kitchen knife. Its blade glimmered with light reflected from my desk lamp. I just stood there, staring at her like an idiot. That was all I could do. Things were happening so suddenly, my mind could hardly keep up. It took all my strength just to swallow the saliva that had been built up in my mouth. Well, it's not... This ain't good, gamers. Yua grasped the knife in her hand tightly. So tightly, in fact, her fingers were turning pale. Get you the kind of woman that will just actually fucking kill you, dude. And then she swung the blade toward me. I shook my head frantically, doing whatever in my power to get her to stop. But it didn't seem like I could get through to her anymore. All my flesh? I need that. I wear that. My bones? There, you can take some of those. My skin, is there a difference between skin and flesh? This is actually an important question that I have. Is there a difference between flesh and skin? I had always assumed they were kind of... Would flesh also entail, like muscles and stuff within the skin? I don't know how that works. I don't know if there's a difference between flesh and skin. I don't know what the line is. I had always assumed flesh also meant, like, basically your skin, but... My intestines, okay, that's important. My brain, alright, well, that's pretty big. You know, you got room for that? My eyeball, okay, well, whose eyes are those eyes, am I right? Oh. I mean, yeah, I just assumed. That went without saying. I just assumed that. All of it? It's a lot. Oh my god. And eat it? I think we got the good ending here. I think we'll be fine. How sweet. She brought a brand new knife just to kill you. I mean, you know, it's the little things, you know. It's little. And as she screamed, Yua lunged straight for my chest. Suddenly, I felt a dull impact and an intense pressure. I looked down at my chest. It was the tip of the kitchen knife, sinking deeply into my body. Yua let out a moan near my ear, dripping with ecstasy. The knife gouged my flesh, my bones, and yet I couldn't feel any pain. which can only mean one thing. This was all a delusion. Yeah, surely that's what that means. Holy shit, that was way too goddamn scary. Yandere girls are fucking terrifying. I knew it was just a delusion, but it was so intense. It left me with a lingering dread that gave me goosebumps. While I was lost in my usual delusions, Yua suddenly had a huge fall and landed flat on her rear. She rubbed her butt while on the verge of tears. Okay, and then we skip. Alright, so that was delusion 4. Now we go to delusion 5. Maybe we'll just alternate here. Because we were alternating before. We were doing like positive, negative. So now if we alternate here, we go negative, positive. We'll get a bunch of stuff that we didn't do before. We have to get to chapter 2, delusion 8. I don't actually know what chapter we're currently on. I think it would tell us. I want to say what. Actually, no, I don't know if it will tell us. Actually, maybe we are. Wait. One day, I mean, yeah, we have to still be. We're either in chapter 1 still or in chapter 2, and these don't matter because the next one is the Phantasm performance, which we have not had happen yet, so. Holy shit, dude, I missed the entire trip. We gotta fucking deal with the patron that is on our warning list for harassing us. Jesus. Well, we got the yandere ending. She was like, oh, I'm so glad I could be here for you. I brought something, and it's a knife. And then she killed us. She fucking killed us, and she gave us an evil little laugh. She described in detail how she wants all of our flesh, all of our bones, all of our skin, which I'm still confused if there's a difference between flesh and skin. Don't know what the difference is, where the line is drawn. She wanted our brain, she wanted our eyeballs, she wanted all of it, and then she wanted to eat it. She stabbed us in the chest, and then we woke up. And our guy was just like, holy fucking shit, that's terrifying. Yandere girls are fucking terrifying. And now we're back here. And now, we're at delusion number 5. Flesh might be considered muscle. That's what I was wondering. I was like, does the muscles also count as flesh? Because in my head before, I had always just assumed flesh was just like another word for like skin or whatever. But if I was trying to think of it as a different thing, I'd be like, maybe muscles, because I don't know how that works. But anyways, delusion 5. This is where he realizes something's off about our stalker GF. Okay, we ended up having a nice little relationship with her for a bit, chit-chatting, and now we're noticing something's a little off about her bag. A little off. Now, from what I recall, this doesn't actually trigger a delusion whenever you do. It just changes the scene that happens as to whether or not it's more intense or less intense, I think. Because this was one of the first scenes where it tries to fuck around with you by saying, was this all a delusion or something else? Or is this real? Or because it tries to like solidify it. So I think we had chosen negative here before. So I guess we'll do positive here. And see if the interaction goes a little nicer. Because when we did negative here, she was very violent towards the stuff that we saw in her bag. She was like, oh, you have to admit what you did. Because she has been investigating us because she believes we are the new Jed killer. Yeah. So let's do positive here. Let's do positive. Wait a minute. Something about this scene was really nagging at me. And that thing was the Ghetto Froggies. Characters that were popular with high school girls. But I'd seen those exact ones before, hadn't I? Where, though? Nanami's cell phone. Oh, that's right. Nanami had one attached to her cell phone. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, it was perfectly normal. What did I think was so strange about it? I was just paranoid over nothing. I'm so stupid. Nanami did say that Ghetto Froggies were super popular with high school girls, so really it should come as no surprise that Yua had some too. Yep, nothing out of the ordinary here. Not even slightly. Sometimes, having such a big imagination really sucked. And with how terrifying my delusions could be, it got so much worse. Haha.
西条くん
Yua was looking at me, tilting her head in confusion. Not knowing how to reply, I just forced a smile.
それ、本当に流行ってるんだなっ て。ゲロカエル
Yeah, the ghetto froggies. They're popular. Huh? What kind of reaction was that? Why had her expression turned so stiff? Had I said something wrong? All I'd done was mention the Garo Froggies as a conversation starter, nothing else. So then, why? Why had her smile, that gentle smile she'd had this entire time, suddenly vanished? Why did she hang her head as if she didn't even want to look at me? I couldn't tell what kind of expression she was making anymore. It all gave me a terrible feeling I just couldn't shake. When I'd first laid eyes on those three Garo Froggies hanging from her bag, I'd been hit by a massive sense of deja vu. Looking back, I guess my instincts were right. I had seen those Garo Froggies somewhere before, and now that I'd mentioned them, Yua was freaking out. Suspicion slowly crept through my head until it completely took over my mind. I wanted to trust Yua, but I didn't know if I should.
ゲロカエル、西条くんも知ってるんですね。
I mean, yeah, they're popular. Her voice lacked even the least bit of composure.
本当に大人気ですよね。私もあんまり可愛いとは思わなかった。
Listen, it's okay to like Garo Froggies. It's okay. You can like the frogs.
何人かの友達からもらっちゃって、気がついたら3つになってまして。
Hey, listen, that's allowed. Don't worry about it. Don't freak out. The more Yua spun her tail, the more artificial it felt. She wasn't looking at me. She didn't even try to. Her smile was gone, even though until that very moment she'd been so gentle, so sweet. I started to feel dead inside. Please don't say any more, I begged inside my head.
見せてあげましょうか。
Sure. Yua reached out for her bag, trying to take the Garo Froggy straps off of it.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
Her hands were trembling. She frantically tried to pull them off her bag, but they just wouldn't budge.
変だな。どうして外れないんでしょう。絡まっちゃってるのかな。
Yua pulled on the straps a bit too hard, causing the bag to fall off the bench. The bag was unzipped, so all of her notebooks and textbooks spilled onto the ground. And then we start skipping because the same scene happens where she freaks the fuck out at us, accuses us of being the new gen killer. We had a delusion about our favorite anime figure, Seiratan, telling us not to trust women. And now we're here at the hospital. And this is delusion number 6, I want to say. I want to say this is 6. My first physician had been some senile professor who was supposed to have some sort of authority in the field, but I had only seen him a few times, and after that someone else had taken over. A student of his or something. And we skip through. Because he was in the waiting room waiting to see his old doctor. And I think the positive delusion was he shows up and he's like, don't worry, Takumi. Don't worry. I'm going to solve all of your problems right now. You're not mentally ill. Everything's perfectly fine. You could come live with me and we'll file a police report with all these crazy like girls in your life and everything will be all good. And then we woke up and that's not what happened at all. The doctor was just like, bro, it's just, you'll be fine. And then we left, I think. It didn't take long for me to be called into the examination room. I'd expected to be waiting there for quite a while, but I guess I was wrong. Why had there been so many people in the lobby then? Maybe they were being paid to sit there just to make it look busy. True. One second. When is the ad break thing start? Is it supposed to be yelling at me about ad break stuff or? Because pre-rolls end in like a couple minutes. Are ads supposed to be happening soon? Technically speaking, I could just trigger them though, right? Wait, why did it say I was missing ads? What do you mean? All right, I'm just gonna trigger the ads now. We'll just trigger them now. We will be right back, gamers. Stay safe. All right, hello. Apologies for the slight delay in returning. I had a phone call to deal with. And now it is dealt with. So we are back. Boom. Okay, where is game? Okay, so what I've looked up, it seems that skin is the outside part that you can see. Flesh is the part between that and your bones, which includes your muscles. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Kind of like a hamburger, where your skin is in the bun, the meat is your bones, and the rest is flesh. I see. Interesting. All right, let's get back to losing our minds here. It was a different examination room than the one from 4 years ago. But when I stepped inside, I was welcomed with a face I remembered dearly.
Yeah, Nishijo-kun.
Dr. Takashina looked at me with a beaming smile. He hadn't changed a bit after 4 years. Feeling relieved, everything I was thinking spilled out all at once. Please help me.
どうしたんだい?
What's wrong?
変な女が僕にストーカー行為を。
Stalker?
このままじゃ学校にも行けないし、家にも一度来られて場所知られてるから安心できないし。落ち着いて。
Let's relax, calm down.
落ち着いてなんていられないよ。
Yes, you can.
あの女異
Relax.
常だ。僕は正常なんだ。それに
I'm perfectly normal.
悪魔女だって。そうだ、悪魔女が真犯人なんだ。
True.
真犯人?
Yes, Remy. Remy is the new gen culprit.
間違いないんだ。僕は事件現場でしたよ。貼り付けに
We
してる
saw it.
最中のあの女を見たんだ。
Let's go tell the cops.
大丈夫だ。何も心配いらないから。
Don't worry, Takumi.
とにかく落ち着こう。いいね。
Relax. Having been admonished by him, I stopped talking. I didn't understand how he knew everything would be all right, but he was a professional. Not to mention Dr. Takashina, so I guess he must be right. That was what I told myself. My breathing was ragged, likely thanks to getting so worked up. I took a deep breath. Dr. Takashina stared fixedly at me. What concerned me, however, was that the look on his face was pretty serious.
本当に大丈夫なの? もちろんだよ。
Yeah, of course it's gonna be alright.
あんな危ない女が僕を狙ってるのに。
You'll be fine.
そう言い切。理由を知りたいかい?
Sure. When I nodded, he lightly shrugged his shoulders. He spun the pen in his hand around his fingers, likely out of habit.
なぜなら君の言っている女の人は
Yeah, that girl.
この世には存在しないからだよ。
Probably true, actually.
でも君は自分の妄想に怯えているだけなんだ。
That's probably true. His tone of voice was so gentle, it was eerie. I started trembling all over. I couldn't stop it. Why was this happening? Even though Dr. Takashina was being so nice, he...
西条くん、君はその女の人には会っていない。わからないよ。
What kind of night?
じゃあ、もっと具体的に言おうか。君はその女の人には会えるはずがないんだ。もう7年間もこの病院から一歩も
For the past 7 years, you've never...
外に出ていないんだからね。
What? That would be a twist. That would be an insane ending for this game. What the fuck? Huh? What the hell was he?
君はこの病院の精神科に1年間入院して
Literal nightmare right here. Aware of? What the hell was he talking about? How could he casually spout off such insane bullshit with a smile on his face? I inadvertently glanced down at the clothes I was wearing. When I had come to the hospital, I was wearing a denim long-sleeved shirt on top of a blood-tuned t-shirt, along with the only pair of jeans I had. That was the outfit I should have been wearing. But for some reason, I was now wearing a hospital gown. A one piece, colored a pale yellowish green. A simple piece of clothing tied together with a cord that hung in the front. I wasn't even wearing shorts down below. When did I change
こ
clothes?
こは閉鎖病棟だからお見舞いの人も来ない。入院患者さんも男女で別フロアに分けられていて行き来はできない。精神科の看護師は全員男だし
Every nurse.
君の病室は完全に個室。
There's no windows in the room?
つまり君は7年間女性と接触したことがないんだ。君の家族も含めてね。
Damn.
思い出したかな？
He was lying. He had to be. I hadn't been hospitalized at all. I was living on my own in Shibuya. I was a pretty well-known high-level player in ESO, I swear. And I even went to school. Sure, I only went in accordance with my minimum attendance chart, but that was still 2 or 3 times a week. It was fucking annoying. I'd even just had a fairly professional, cordial chat with the nurse at the reception desk. Explain that, doctor. You can't. Is this your first time here? Yes, it is. All right, then please fill out this form as you wait.
嘘に決まってる。
本当にそう思うのかい？
As he murmured that, Dr. Takashina scribbled something on the medical form he was holding. I couldn't tell what he was writing. It wasn't Japanese. Was it English? No. German?
だとしたら君の精神はまだ異常だっていうことだよ。もうしばらくは入院が必要だ
Longer?
ね。
I've been here for 7 years, Doc. What do you mean? He gave me a single fleeting glance. His eyes were full of pity, even though he never looked at me in such a way before. I collapsed to my knees helplessly. Tears poured from my eyes. Oh, I see. All made sense now. All my memories up until now had just been delusions. It was me all along. I was the crazy one. What a cruel twist that was. Then again, it wasn't like I cared anymore. Even if they were my delusions, they weren't fond memories anyways. And I mean, I could just make new ones, right? This time, a world without scary murders happening around me would be nice. I'd have a sociable personality, get good grades, and have some crazy talent. I'd be super popular with the ladies, of course. My friends would all be hotties, as hot as the hottest swimsuit models. And what's more, everyone would love the ever-loving shit out of me. Then, I'd propose that we all start living under the same roof. I've seen girlfriend, okay? I've seen it. And after that, my new life would begin. It wouldn't be easy. And it would have its ups and downs, but it'd be fun. There'd even be a bit of slapstick thrown in there. This is the good end. This is the good end. I forced myself to laugh. My face twitched. I wanted to die. And then we woke up. I abruptly came to my senses, only to find myself sitting on a sofa in the lobby. A nasty sweat covered my entire body. A chill ran down my spine. Unable to grasp what exactly was going on, I frantically looked around the room. Beside me was that hunched-over old lady. Her eyes were covered in wrinkles, so I couldn't tell whether she was asleep or awake. I took a look at the clock above the reception desk, and I saw that I'd been waiting in the lobby for a full hour. Had that all just been a dream? I hadn't slept last night, so I had dozed off while waiting? I gave a deep sigh of relief. It'd been a bad dream. It had been a dream, right? I tried remembering everything that happened up until the day before. Nothing seemed out of place. My memories were continuous and consistent. I encountered the demon girl at the scene of the crime, and then I got deceived and subsequently threatened by Yua. Then I'd gone to the hospital to prove that I was perfectly sound mind. Yep, everything added up. I wouldn't mind if it all ended up being a delusion, though. That way, creating another delusional world that I could go nuts in would have been much, much better. The fact that I was even thinking that just went to show how utterly sick I was with everything that had been happening in my life recently. In the end, I found myself waiting for another 2 hours before my name was finally called. When I entered the examination room, it almost felt like the same events I'd seen in that dream were happening again. Dr. Takashina even appeared almost exactly like he had in the dream. It was probably just that he'd barely changed since the last time I saw him 4 years ago.
今日はどうしました？
Dr. Takashina didn't say anything ridiculous like your memories are delusions this time, but...
日常です。
ん？ああ、これはご丁寧に。
Wait a minute. Did you guys hear that sound? There's one of those machines nearby. There's one of the delusion porter things.
高階です。はじめまして。
And then we skip all this stuff. Alright, this delusion. I think we had... I think we had a negative delusion happen here, and then the killer just showed up in here and murdered us all. Let's do positive now. Let's do positive. Yeah, I am super strong, actually. Okay, Sarah-tan, I'll have you know. Sarah animatedly moved about in my delusion. Her cute voice chirped for me. I am strong. So true, Sarah-tan. So true. Right-o. Sarah-tan, you're so cute, Sarah-tan. She really was my ideal waifu. There wasn't a single woman better than her. 3D? The fuck was that? I wanted to go home already. I want to go home and have Sarah-tan welcome me back with a smile. Wait for me, okay, Sarah-tan? I'll be coming home soon. Okay. Positive delusion. We'll do a little test to see if we've done this before. Ready? Yeah, we haven't done this before. You don't have to go home.
どういうこと？
Wait a minute. She sounds real now. An incredibly realistic whisper reached my ears. It felt almost like something was poking my cheek. I slowly opened my eyes. She's real! Beside the bed stood Sarah-tan, pre-transformation, Amanogawa Seira version. Naturally, we all knew this version. And she certainly wasn't at 1/8 scale. She was life-sized, and she was moving smoothly. With a gulp, I sat up and reached out to try and poke Sarah-tan's breasts. That's the first thing you do, Takumi? Takumi! Whoa. They were squishy, voluptuous. She's no figure. She's the real deal. Sarah-tan has joined the realm of 3D. Wait, it is? Even though they're so squishy, this is the world of 2D? 2D squishiness? I didn't get what she meant, but as long as they were squishy, it wasn't like anything else mattered. I realized I touched her breasts out of sheer surprise, and I rapidly grew embarrassed. The life-size Sarah-tan was insanely cute, so moe I could die. And most important of all, she was real. Thanks to that, the bashfulness that came from me touching her breasts and the fear of her potentially hating me for it had become much stronger.
ごめん、セイラタン。
Oh, we're in?
本当？
本当？
他の人にはこんなことされるのは嫌だけどさ、特に進むとか
Susumu.
あいつに胸
We don't
触
talk
ら
about
れ
that
たら
guy.
金棒で月までぶっ飛ばしちゃってる。
Yeah, you do that. Good for you.
静かに。声出すと看護師さんたちに見つかっちゃうっしょ。
Sarentan must have been being mindful of the world outside the curtain. Without making a sound, she then took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and then on top of me. Almost saying something out loud, again, I hurriedly covered my mouth. Sarentan was straddling me. Her bare panties underneath her skirt were pressing against my crotch. This was bad. My Johnson was about to go berserk. Takumi, you can't just drop lines like that out of nowhere. This is a very serious visual novel. I have to be very serious about this. We have to be very serious, chat. This is very serious. We have to take this seriously. It's very deep, very emotional. Her bare panties underneath her skirt were pressing against my crotch. This was bad. My Johnson was about to go berserk. Sarentan drew her face close to mine. A sweet aroma filtered into my nose. So that was how Sarentan smelled.
ねえねえ、タッキー。タッキーも二次元になっちゃうべきだよ。
What's that supposed to mean?
タッキーはまだ三次元なんさ。
Oh, she's right. I am still 3D. What do we do about this?
だから私が二次元にしてあげる。
Well, how do we do that?
いいっしょ。
Sure. Can you really do that?
できるよ。それにすっごく気持ちいいよ。
I could hear the sounds of nurses hurriedly walking about, as well as the voices of doctors examining other patients. We were in a place separated only by a single curtain. If that curtain were opened, we'd get found out for sure. That heart-pounding thought combined with the taboo nature of doing something like this in a hospital. I was getting lightheaded. And to think I was committing such obscene acts with my number one waifu. This is what bliss is. All other thoughts have been pushed out of my mind, and so in response to everything Sarentan said, I nodded.
そうこなくっちゃ。そんなタッキーが好き。
Then Sarentan firmly pressed her lips against mine. We are doing stuff. She was so soft. Was this the softness of 2D? Was it more soft than the real thing? This sudden borderline H scene turned my thoughts into pure spaghetti. I had no idea what the hell I should be doing. Then, in the face of my bewilderment, Sarentan pushed her tongue between my lips, encroaching upon my mouth. It felt so good, I started to feel dizzy. To think a kiss would feel this amazing. I wanted her seductive, swirling tongue to violate my mouth forever. This is a very serious visual novel. I will not break character. We will not laugh. Don't laugh! This is very serious. He wants her seductive, swirling tongue to violate his mouth forever. And you're laughing. Don't laugh! What did I just come in on? You came in on serious fiction. We do not laugh. My arms wrapped around her waist. She was very thin since she was 2D and all, flat as a board, and yet squishy and voluptuous at the same time. Don't laugh. Don't laugh at the word choice. Yeah, we were in a hospital in this delusion. We went there because we were concerned we were sleepwalking. So the nurses put us in a side thing with curtains up and said, okay, we'll monitor you while you sleep to see if you sleepwalk. And now we're having a delusion about our anime figure, Sarentan, coming to life and fucking us in the hospital. Well, she's 2D and trying to make us 2D now as well. That's what's this one. I just came back to say I finished my homework reading so I can start the Umineko reading. And this is what I come back to. This is peak. I don't know why you're acting like this is a wild thing to jump in on. Wasn't this basically the same as kissing paper, though? I mean, she's 2D. It's literally just like kissing paper. It's not that big of a deal. But it felt so incredibly good that I didn't care. Saratan was terra sexy. Don't laugh! There are sounds. I'm gonna go read Umineko. Bye, Gooners. Goodbye. Stay safe. Enjoy Umineko. Saratan sucked in my tongue. It was too much. It felt like I was gonna die. It was starting to get painful now. Saratan's suction was frighteningly strong. Oh, this is what's happening. This is how she makes us 2D. I tried pulling my tongue back, but I couldn't. She just sucked it in even more. Oh no. Oh no. She was pulling on it hard. So hard that it felt like it might rip off. This is the positive. Oh my god, it actually did. This is the positive delusion, by the way. And it wasn't just my tongue. The inside of my throat felt hot. My eyes felt like they were going to pop out of their sockets. I couldn't breathe. My chest hurt. The inside of my stomach churned and churned, turning into a pulpy, sopping mess. I was being sucked in. It is still cannibalism. She's just making us 2D by eating our insides through suction. Everything inside my body, my organs, my flesh, my bones, they were all being sucked in by Saratan. I could feel my pounding heart rising up from my throat, the thick blood vessels tearing off one by one. It was an impossible sensation. It was incomprehensibly painful, and yet it felt even more pleasurable. My entire body had become an androgynous zone. Yes, my entire body. Not just the outside. But the inside of my throat, my heart, my blood vessels, my lungs, my intestines. Having Saratan violate the inside of my body, suck it all in, and devour it whole, it made me so happy. And that happiness, that sheer ecstasy I was feeling, it made me feel faint. I'm gonna die. It feels so good that I'm gonna die. Okay, we're not listening to all that. Okay, we're not listening to all that. I'm happy for you. We're sorry that happened. After everything inside my body had been sucked out, Saratan pulled her lips away, satisfied. Her mouth was dripping with a mix of blood and drool. Don't laugh. It's very serious. Get you the kind of woman that will kill you in the most enjoyable way possible. She gave a bewitching smile. I didn't have the energy to respond. She had taken everything I had. It was the first time I'd ever experienced such overwhelming pleasure. I was in a total haze. Fog enshrouded my consciousness, and my thoughts were a blur. Let's take a little look-see at our body. A permanent part of the 2D world. Although I was very unsteady, I tried to get off the bed and stand up. My body had become thin, just like Saratan's. It was kind of hard to walk around. My body felt limp, and I could hardly stand. I fell to my hands and knees, hitting the floor without a sound. Saratan, I can't give up. I can't get up. Give me a hand here. Her voice came from above the bed. Welcome to 2D, Taki! And then we wake up. I sprang up, only to find myself on the bed like before. My heart was pounding like crazy. My heart was still inside my chest where it should be. I touched every part of my body. It wasn't paper thin. I was still 3D. I couldn't see Saratan anywhere, as it should be. But was that a good thing or a bad thing? I let out a sigh. That scene was just like the one in the doujin I'd bought from Circle Piruporu. In other words, I'd had a delusion using it as a basis. Why hadn't I noticed that in my dream? Well, I know it was a dream because I hadn't noticed, but I couldn't help thinking that regardless. A voice called to me from the other side of the curtain. The curtain quickly opened, and the nurse from before, Hazuki-san, bobbed her head inside the room. I bowed my head silently, keeping my eyes low.
結局3時間ぐっすりでしたね。
Huh? Had I really slept for 3 whole hours? I've been so lost in my dream that I completely lost sense of time. And again, I was pretty exhausted.
少しうなされていたみたいですけど、大丈夫？
Well, that's subjective. Naturally, I couldn't mention my borderline wet dream straight to her face. Admitting to my maxed out libido stat would be pretty embarrassing.
でも、無遊病の症状は結局出ませんでしたよ。
Well, that's great. Hazuki's reassuring voice conveyed that to me. And then we start skipping. Now, this is the one we are allowed to go through all this and choose whatever. So, let's go through the diagnosis stuff. When you have business to take care of, you prefer to use emails over phone calls. I don't remember at all what I said last time, so I don't know if I should be answering it the same way where I try to naturally answer, or if I'm just supposed to like tick random things. Let's say we prefer emails. Your ears ring every now and then. Let's say they do not. You have felt someone's gaze and turned around before. Let's say yes. You have seen objects that are supposedly stationary move for an instance. Yes. You have experienced premonition. Yes. While looking at digital clock and passing, you've seen the same numbers appear in sequence. Let's ignore that. You've already cried once this month. Yes. You can masturbate using only your imagination. Let's say no. When masturbating, you can visualize uninterrupted imagery. Let's say no. You can daydream without closing your eyes. Let's say no. The frontal view of a car sometimes looks like a face. Let's say yes. You have a hard time going to the bathroom after watching a horror movie. Yes. You cannot handle haunted houses. Let's say no. When you start reading a book, you become so immersed in it that you lose track of time. Let's ignore that. You believe that other planets inhabited by human-like creatures exist. No. Actually, yes. The personality attributed to your astrological sign matches your personality perfectly. No. You are prone to motion sickness. No. You believe there is a god. Let's say yes. He's a religious boy. You have a strong ability to sense supernatural. Yes. You have dreamed in color before. No. You have been in a dream in which you knew you were dreaming. No. You have experienced memory loss. Yes. You have a hard time making eye contact with people. Yes. Merely the sight of sour food makes your mouth fill with saliva. Yes. You feel like yawning when other people do. No. And then hit OK. Wait, stop. Was this is the same one I had last time, I think. You are moderately delusional. Maybe I didn't do this, but I don't know. I had assumed it would say new. Oh wait, diagnosis. Oh yeah, so I got the same results that I had before. Damn it. I wanted to try to get a new one. I picked a whole bunch of shit that I would have thought I didn't pick before, but okay. Alright, so now we skip. I want to say that was the 7th delusion, so I'm assuming the next one will be the Phantasm concert, which would be the 8th one. I want to assume that that was the 7th delusion. Once we get 11 of these, we've already cleared out 2 of them. Yes, so now we have this concert, which we've done before. Chap. Damn it, I'm only slightly insane. So we have to do delusion trigger number 8 and 9 during the Phantasm performance and after the Phantasm performance. Okay, so we do both of these things. I know we've done positive before, but we have to lock in. We have to lock in, boys. It's another orgy time. Orgy number 2, the squeakle. And then we go over to here. Now we have a positive delusion here, which I think we did not do before. Or maybe we did. Actually, I think we did. Because this was Neidhart saying, yeah, come to the game world. And then I think we do. Yeah, we did this before. Okay. Alright, we're locked in with those 2. What is the next one that we have to do? Delusion trigger number 12. At the base, looking at your monitor right before Rimi's first appearance. Okay. That's what we have next. So number 12. So that was number 9. So we do 10, 11, and then 12. What do we do for 12? 12 we do Positive. We do positive, and then at 14 we do negative. Okay. All right. She actually swung the sword. Let's do positive here, because I think we did positive here before. Let's do negative then. She actually swung the sword. Let's see. If it skips, we've done this
やは
before.
り間違いない
We have not done this. Okay, we're good. No
お
mistaking it.
前私が見えているんだろ
はい。
Oh my god, it was the hope you did it. What? Oh my god, it was the I hope you did from EM Waves scene. Oh, die. Die from EM Waves. Yeah, Nanami says I hope you die. Yeah. She said, you could see me, right? Me as in the person standing in front of me? Girl B? Suddenly, Girl B's expression twisted in misery. She crouched down in front of me. With her eyes on the same level as mine, her gaze seemed to almost plead with me.
私誰にも見つけてもらえなくてどれだけ声を出しても誰にも届かなくて体はすり抜けちゃうし
The positive was you getting stepped on? Oh, true. True. That's always a positive, right?
寒いしほら見て
What?
私足も透けちゃって
Wait, what?
自分に何が起きたのか
Is she just like, I'm invisible, please help me? What? No one. Oh my
わから
god.
なくてもう何年も何十年もこの場所さまよっていたような気
For
がする
decades. Nobody will see me. This is the plot of Bunny Girl Senpai. The first arc, by the way. This is why she wears a bunny suit. In Bunny Girl Senpai, Rascal's Dream Bunny Girl Senpai, she roams around wearing a bunny suit because she's like invisible and she's wearing the bunny suit and walking around trying to see if anybody will notice her in the bunny suit. And then the main character does. And then they find out that people aren't perceiving her for some reason. And then they work through that. It's a whole thing. Oh god. Was she a ghost? No, that was ridiculous. I didn't have the power to see ghosts. I didn't have anything even like that.
ずっと探してた私を見つけてくれる人ありがとうありがとうお礼にお前に取り付いてやる
Oh, fuck. Let me wake up.
答えろ見えるんだなディソードが
Yeah, I see it. When I came back to myself, I couldn't immediately grasp what was going on, leaving me to blankly stare up at Girl B. She wasn't crying, her legs weren't transparent, and her hands were just normal hands. What the... Had that been a delusion? Yes. At any rate, a D-sword? The hell was that? It was the first time I'd ever heard that word. Girl B had said it was a sword, and whatever she was carrying was definitely shaped like a sword, but... Why was she asking me if I could see it? Alright. I know it might feel like it's taken us a while to actually get to start the ending, but the important thing to know is that since we're also going through delusions that we hadn't done before, that just means we'll have less scenes that we have to read through for the other endings, which means those ones will get faster. So maybe for this one it'll take us a bit to get to the ending, but hopefully everything will be quicker with the later ones because we're reading these other scenes already. Fez didn't so much as look at him. This is another scene where it doesn't matter what we pick. I believe this was the negative one here. So we do positive? I believe. Because I believe negative was Fez shows up, ignores Misumi-kun, and then they one of them kills the other? I forget who does. Fez didn't even so much as look at him.
私
Here we
好き
go.
な人がいるのよ
It's already someone I like.
マジ？何何？それって
Could it be?
俺のこと？
Could it be me?
そこの人
Me?
そこ？
Soko? Over where? What? Where? Who is she talking about? She wasn't pointing anywhere, nor doing anything that would clue us in as to who she was referring to. She just kept looking at me, and only me. Wait, was the person she liked me?
この前ライブに来てたわね。
A lot of people went to your concert the other night, but yeah. Bess began to walk toward me. She was still refusing to avert her gaze. My surroundings began to buzz. Everyone was listening in on the unexpected confession of Shibuya's famous songstress, Fess.
いや俺もライブに行って。
一目で悟ったわ。
Fess wasn't listening to a single thing Misumi-kun said. He grabbed my necktie with one hand and pulled me in close, close enough that I could barely feel her breath against my skin. This was not a distance you can maintain with someone you were close friends with, nor was it one to be shared between family members. It was a distance, a closeness reserved for lovers.
君は私の運命の人だって。
By fate. That's a different visual novel, Fess, I understand, but... With nary even a smile, Fess slowly brushed my cheek with her fingertips. The sheer seductiveness of the gesture sent chills down my spine. I was entranced. Fess had me. I couldn't take my eyes off her.
決めたわ。
She's like, it's time for another orgy. That's my decision.
私お嫁さんになる。
Oh. We did it! That declaration was so far removed from the normal aloofness and decadence that Fess always carried, and yet the sheer... Oh, thanks, everybody. Thank you. I know it took us a while to get here, guys. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I know. And yet the sheer contrast between them proved unbearably cute. Everyone around us was effectively throbbing with excitement upon hearing Fess's proposal to me. Misumi-kun was so utterly mortified upon losing to me that he came crashing down to his knees, crestfallen. It should have been me, not him! It's not fair!
嫌なの。
Do you not want me?
嫌じゃない。
I don't not want you. It felt like I was being swept away by a river of temptation. If I got to marry a beautiful girl like her, I would win at life right then and there. And thus began the heart-pounding love story of me and Fess.
It should have been me, not him! It's not
fair! Like that ever happened. While I was over here drowning in my moronic delusions, Fess was murmuring something in a low voice, only to up and disappear soon after.
自信なくすぜ。くそー。
Misumiko was sulking, having been completely and utterly disregarded. Considering how she was able to deter an alpha male of his caliber like he was no lower than a spur on a boot of hers, to deter him like that was nothing more than a typical monsieur. Maybe the other team was that Fess... what? Maybe the other team was what Fess preferred. A true Yuri connoisseur.
それはすごくいいスールです。
A good one, Takumi. +2. +2, Takumi. Especially if she was a lolly-type character like Nanami. That's the stuff.
あんな不愛想な女、もう二度と相手にしてやるもんかよ。
An antisocial bitch like her. Bro, you have a girlfriend. What are you doing?
あー、うぜえ。
You say...
だいたい何が剣を見つけろだ。わけわかんねえ。
剣。
Sword?
ああ、岸本がそう言ってただろ。
No, actually.
剣を見つけろ。そうすれば救われるって。
Salvation?
なあ、タク。
That sounded important. I probably should have listened to that.
そんな歌詞でもあるのか？
A sword? Could that possibly be referring to that mic stand thing that she'd been using during the concert? Come to think of it, there had been another person a couple days ago that interrogated me about a sword. Okay, now we skip. I was waiting for that. Alright, so once we're back in our base, and Rumi's about to have her first appearance, which I believe this is, we have to now choose positive. And then on the 14th, we choose negative on the rooftop after Rumi talks to you in class. Okay. Alright, so we do positive here. And I think we did positive the last time, so I think we'll just, yeah, we're just skipping through this. So that's fine. Beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep. Okay, we get the D sword. Our choice here does not matter. Now we just have to remember what we did to try to get the other one. Beep, beep. Alright, there she is. I think we did positive before. I'm trying negative. We'll see it. We'll see what happens. Nope, we did negative before. Oh yeah, this is where they're like both evil. Okay, that's fine. Don't matter. We're trying to get to the ending. Alright, now we do another negative. This is when we get the phone call. I don't remember if we did negative for this. Guess I'd go ahead and listen to it.
楠木優愛です。
Oh, that's not good. Hang up the phone.
ごめんなさい。突然お電話しちゃって。
Hang up the phone and talk to me.
ただ、どうしても
No, speak
お話し
English.
したいことがあって。
日本語がわからない。
セイラちゃんの新しいフィギュア、私も買いました。西条くんのおかげです。
Oh.
ありがとうございました。
Oh. Well, no problem.
とっても可愛いんですけど、ちょっとエッチですね。
I picked negative, right?
買うときすごく恥ずかしかったです。
Listen, that's just her nature. It's her charm.
そうそう。今週のブラチュ
あ
ー見ました？
Of course I did.
すごい展開でしたね。私見ながらずっとドキドキしちゃって。
Duh.
この多重人格者。
What?
あなたが殺したの。
Oh.
人殺し。
あ
真犯人。
Oh.
罪を償いなさい。
You will pay for your sins.
逃がさないから。その目、誰の？
Don't laugh. Whose eyes are those eyes? Even though it had been my own delusion, I was terrified. It was entirely possible for you to have gotten a hold of my cell phone from somewhere and called me, after all. I didn't want to listen to the voice message anymore if I could help it. But since I'd already simulated the worst possible outcome of my delusions, I should have been able to handle it as long as I only had to listen and nothing else. Shaking off my depression, I set the message to play back. Then, after checking multiple times to make sure the demon girl wasn't there, put the phone to my ear. You will only call to troll Takumi. I mean, that's fair. Honestly, we love her for that. Alright, what's the next one we gotta do? It is at 17. So this is Delusion 15. So Delusion number 17, at the Net Cafe with Yua, we do neutral. So this is in chapter 4. So at the Net Cafe with Yua. So okay, don't worry about this here. There's no one here. I'm gonna say positive. Was it positive we did before or negative? I think it was negative before, and then we had a freak out. Nope, it was positive. Okay. I mean, it makes it faster to go through if I do pick the one that we did before, but I would like to also just get through some of the old, the like newer scenes, so that the next ones go faster, I guess. I don't know. So that was 15. The next one's 16, and then we do 17. 17 is the one that we have to do. Alright, so this one doesn't matter. I don't remember what we did here. Positive? No, we did positive before. Feels like she fits into the Redditor on the alignment chart. Baka, die from the EM waves. And then we have the Saratan confrontation, which we did negative before, I'm pretty sure. So now we do positive. Here we go. I automatically stopped dead in my tracks. Thoughts ran through my head frantically. I ran away. What would she do? Would she swing her D-sword at me while she chased me? When I tried to envision it happening, it freaked me out way too much. So I hurriedly shook the delusion out of my head. Conversely, what if I were to just walk straight in instead? She would get a much better impression of me, and maybe then she wouldn't be so violent. Maybe she'd even be in a good enough mood that she'd be interested in selling her D-sword to me. I didn't think that she'd give it up that easily, but maybe I could at least get her to tell me where she'd bought it from. On top of that, she seemed to have been waiting for me. In other words, that meant that she'd taken some form of interest in me. She looked scary, but as was often the case with tsundere types, she might have actually been pretty nice in reality. That could just be wishful thinking, though. Then again, it wasn't like I was going to get cold just because I went inside. Surely that was true. We were right in the middle of Shibuya, after all, right in front of the Hachiko statue. There were tons of people surrounding us. Killing me in public, in front of all of them, would have been suicide. I took a single deep breath, gathered my resolve, and then I stepped onto the train. And then we skipped through. Okay. I mean, if there were so many people here, why hadn't anyone come into the train since I had gotten on? All right, and then we skip. All right, so the next one matters. The next one, I believe we do neutral? Yes, we do neutral. And then at number 18, we do negative. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Once we get to that one, that'll be 8 of them that we triggered. Okay, so we do neutral here, then we do negative at the next one. By the way, ads are about to start. So, before we do this neutral one, get an ad break. Enjoy. Stay safe. Stay safe, gamers. Are you really just gonna do this to me? You play the audio during this while I pause? Okay, well, whatever. I'll mute it. All right, I think we're back now. Welcome back, gamers. I need to set this up in a way, at some point, in a way that does not annoy me with how I have my stream set up, so that I could switch to some scene with different sound, but I won't lose my mind setting it up. I need a way for me to set that up. I'll consider actually doing that. Until then. Alright, so we have to do neutral here. We do neutral here, and we get the new scene. Wait, my mic is unmuted now, right? I had to make sure. Okay, we're good. We're good. Alright, so we do neutral here. Are you just not going to do things? There you go. What do I do? What should I do? I tried desperately to think of a way to get out of the situation, but it was no use. I couldn't think clearly. It had taken me completely by surprise. My mind had gone completely
昨
blank.
日あなたの家に行ったんですけど、夜まで待ってたんですけど、でも私を避けようとする
I would never! No! I wouldn't be avoiding you!
私西条くんのこと
You
騙して
did do
たん
that.
だし
You did do that. You're terrifying me now, too, by the way. If you acknowledge that, then just stay away from me? Question mark? He didn't say question mark. I'm saying question mark. I have nothing to say to any of you Shogun underlings. Anyone who traps a weak person like me is a demon. Yua looked down once. She looked like she was hesitating to say something. But then after a moment, she very clearly said a single phrase.
その目
Yeah. Yeah, we know.
知ってますよね
I've heard it before.
知らない
I
の
kind of
話せません
started it, actually. I'm a trendsetter. What can I
ヴァンパイ
say?
アのダイイングメッセージです
Yeah, well,
ネットで
I had
公
nothing to
表
do
さ
with
れた
that.
ことで渋谷で大流行中のこと
Yeah,
で
I know.
でも私流行る前から
Why?
ヴァンパイアより前にこの言葉
Yeah,
を使っている
people
人
stole
が
it from me. Again, I am a trendsetter.
将軍
Shogun also stole it from me.
前に見せましたよねナイトハルト
Again, that chat log stuff was bullshit. Anybody could write their name as anything in that chat room.
将
It
軍
was
が
not
書
the
き込ん
best
でました
well-designed chat. You would not be able to submit that into evidence in a courtroom. I'll just say that. That was where Shogun had written it.
その目誰の目そして
Yua inched her face closer and closer to mine. Her tone of voice was calm, but the eyes shining behind her glasses were ice cold. She was staring at me. I looked away.
将軍はあなた
No. I mean, yes, but no. In other words, what?
お願いです西条くん
And then we go back to all the stuff we've seen before. So now the next one, the next delusion right after this is negative. We do negative here, which I think we might have done before. Oh, no, no. We have to quick load, I think. What would the quick load be? This one? Yes, because this is the latest one. We were supposed to do negative, and I skipped, and it went to neutral. So we have to quick load. I screwed up. So we gotta go through some of these. Skip some of these again. I think it just takes us to the... Oh, this scene. So this scene we did... Positive. David, just skip this, right? Yeah, okay, good. That's fine. Okay. This is all fine. This scene we did, it didn't matter. Let's say we did negative, which I'm pretty sure is what we did the first time? I don't know. It doesn't matter, because we've read all these already. And then we go to the next one. Okay, so we do neutral, and then we do negative. And then Wolfborg will learn to lock in his answer before he hits the skip button. He'll learn to do that. He'll learn to lock it in. So now we lock in negative. The police. And we've already done this scene before. Okay. All right, so that's 8 of the delusion we need done. This next one doesn't matter. It's delusion 20 that matters. So this one, it doesn't matter. But the first trigger of the chapter at school, you do positive for the next one. Okay. That's what my precognition skills tell me to do. Let's do negative. As Misumi-kun had said before, Fess really did have a great body, huh? When she was wearing her school uniform, it wasn't really all that noticeable, but when she wore tight clothes like this camisole, it came across very well. She was tall, had moderately sized breasts, and an extremely curvy waist. And most important of all, her legs were sticking out. What? And most important of all, her legs that were sticking out of her miniskirt. I can read, I swear. They were long, slender, and well-toned. She looked like a model. I was sure a girl with a body this good would look great in a swimsuit. No, wait just a second here. I hadn't considered it until now, but a school swimsuit might work well too. The always chill Fess wearing a school swimsuit. Takumi, now's not the time. Listen, my boy was freaking out for being chased by the cops, okay? I think he gets a little time. And that thigh gap was almost too much for me. Fuhihihi. And then we go into the other scenes. But then I think she's going to appear differently. I think that's how this will go. Yeah, she will be in the swimsuit now. With the name tag on the swimsuit, because I think it was tied towards... Although we said it doesn't matter, though. So I don't know if that is why that's there. Was Fist wearing only a swimsuit? School swimsuit. Okay. Yeah. Fest was standing right beside me. Fest was also standing on the stairs right in front of me. Two of the same person in the same place. And not only that, but one of them was wearing a school swimsuit. Oh. Completely and utterly flustered, I relentlessly snapped back and forth between the two Fesses over and over again, comparing them. They were exactly the same, right down to their facial features, height, and hairstyles. If you give him the chance he goes on these odd tangents, listen, he's got to keep himself mentally stable somehow. The only differences were their clothes and whether or not they were carrying a sword. They weren't twins or anything like that, and they didn't just look alike, they were one and the same. I was used to seeing girls in school swimsuits in eroge, but here I couldn't handle it for some reason. Fess was standing in the middle of this disgusting underpass in only a school swimsuit. And not only that, but there was a name tag on her chest with the name Kishimoto written on it in permanent marker, which, again, I'm pretty sure with our preferences, we answered school swimsuits and glasses are hot. It doesn't matter if you have the name on the tag and then something else. And which I think this has defied two of the preferences we said. We wanted glasses. She's not wearing glasses. And it didn't matter about the name tag, which I'm assuming means that there would be no name tag. So... we just don't get anything. Moe! I felt like I was about to lose my mind from how unbelievable the situation was. Even though I knew I shouldn't look at her, I couldn't help but feel like I was this close to stealing a glance anyway. It took a lot of willpower in order to keep my eyes down. I automatically apologized. Because I knew that only a few minutes ago I'd had a delusion about this very thing. Fess, wearing a school swimsuit. The two Fesses said this at the same time, as if they could see right through me. I jumped, startled. I could feel my face rapidly turning red. I noticed I needed an excuse. I needed a way out of this. If a 3D girl labeled me as a pervert, it'd be over and I'd be socially obliterated. Okay, wait. While this may be important, the more press matter is, what the hell is happening? Are we just gonna have to reread the whole scene because she's in a swimsuit now? Like when we go back there, are we gonna have to reread that too?
なぜこの渋谷という場所は若者たちをこんなにも引きつけると思う
Okay, so the first trigger of the chapter at school. So, okay, so it's gonna be a while before we get a trigger, I think, so. Suddenly the conversation I was having with fast transition to being something completely unrelated, but I was actually somewhat relieved by that. I expected Fess to start treating me like a pervert, but she just ignored it like nothing had even happened.
日本いい
Does this have something to do with D-swords? I'm just gonna actually just skip through some of this because it's just the same thing, but she's in a swimsuit.
渋谷この町の名前が
I'm trying to see when it says something different, but I think this is all the same.
日本中の人たちなぜかしらファッションの街だお店がたくさんある流行の橋よくテレビに交通の便がいい違うわ
No! It's none of those things.
大いなる意志
The greater will. Recruiting us into a sketchy religious cult, oh boy.
理想だもん
Alright, are we done with this? Oh no, I forgot. It's gonna go back to them, and then go back to them, and then back and forth, back and forth. Bandum, bum, bandum, bum, bandum, bum. Bandum, bum, bandum. Alright, here. Now when we go to the school, we do a positive here. We're gonna do a positive delusion. Which we'd already done before. Hell yeah. Alright, now the next one's at Delusion 24. After school, at the shoe lockers when Remy covers your eyes. Okay. So this one doesn't matter. Let's say negative. Alright, we did that before. Good. Moving this along. So that's 21. Back then, I say it cloned herself right before my very eyes. I say it was there, and she was wearing a school swimsuit for some reason. Okay. Admittedly, right before it happened, I had been pondering about how moe would be if ISA wore a school swimsuit. Admittedly.
君にはそれがいいんです
Alright, this one doesn't matter. Let's do a positive, though. Alright, we did that one before. Good. We're good. That's 22. And now we do negative. Okay. And now here at 24, after school at the shoe lockers, when she covers my eyes, we do negative. So the next one we do is negative. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This will be the 10th one we do. And after this, it doesn't matter. As long as we have 11 of them, we're good. New scene. My vision suddenly went pitch black. I felt something push against my eyes. What the hell? No fucking way. Could this be the legendary Who Is It game? The legends state it only exists within the world of 2D. Yet she said the classic line. Could it be? Could it well and truly be? I never thought I'd experience it in my lifetime. And as of right now, I basically won the game of life. Of course, I immediately knew the answer. After all, I was trained in the art of working out the voice actor just by hearing the anime character talk. But saying it's obviously you, Remy, would be pretty embarrassing. How should I answer? It's the wheelchair noise that's going on Takumi, though. What was that?
どう？答えわからない？
There's someone there. I could sense the presence of someone other than Remy. Since my vision was obscured, my hearing was particularly sensitive. In the location where were now, someone other than Remy and I was there. And there was the sound of creaking metal. Oh
そ
God.
の目誰の目？
My body was instantly seized by fear. I tried to shake off Remy's hand, but she held it firmly.
ちょっとちょっと、ちゃんと答え言ってよ。
Silly.
ズルしちゃダメなんだから。
This was weird. Something was very, very wrong here. Why was she acting so carefree? Hadn't she noticed it? Or was she just pretending not to? I couldn't stand the fear of not being able to see what was going on, so I grabbed the delicate hands covering my eyes and ripped them away.
タク？
Remy fought back even harder. As a result, we ended up wrestling a bit with each other, and Remy collided with my back. I felt the sensation of her bulging chest. But now wasn't the time to rejoice in that fact.
離せ！
Good on you, Takumi. Good on you. Now's not the time for that shit. I somehow managed to shove Remy's hand aside and jump away, and then turn back towards her.
どこだ？将軍はどこに？
The only thing I saw was Remy standing there with a bewildered look. I looked around the area, trying to find a wheelchair, but there was nothing. Absolutely nothing.
いない。そんな。
Couldn't see him anywhere. Not in the large sport courts, not by the entrance. There wasn't a single sign of an old man riding in a wheelchair.
タク、ごめん。びっくりさせちゃった。
Kinda. Remy looked very apologetic. Didn't seem like an act either.
今、いなかった。
何が？
車椅子の
Remy tilted her head.
いないよ。私は見てない。その人と一緒だったの？
違う。そうじゃなくて。そうじゃなくて。
I became less and less confident in my assumption, even though I was sure I'd heard those things. That sound of a wheelchair creaking, Shogun's chuckle, it was like he was mocking me. And whose eyes are those eyes? Had I hallucinated it? Was I really that anxious? That was probably it. It was probably nothing more than that.
大丈夫だよ。
Remy smiled at me, except it felt forced this time.
私が一緒に帰ってあげるから。
Relief flooded into me from her words. Then, guided along by Remy, we headed toward the school gate. Alright. So now we should be in the clear. We'll still go through some of these other delusion choices you're supposed to, just in case. And also to try to clear out some of them, though. But we are in, like, chapter 6 now. Delusion 25, we're supposed to do positive. That was 24, so this is 25. When Shogun enters the chat after the earthquake. So we do positive here. Oh, and then we have a specific thing we're supposed to do when the prompts come up. But I don't know if that matters. But we'll see. I'll just do it anyways, just in case. So we do positive here. Yeah, we did this before. Okay, we're good. Next one is at 28. Looking down at the crowd, we do neutral. Okay. So these other ones don't matter in the meantime. I don't know. Positive? Based. We did this before. Hell yeah. Oh, new scene. Tsuo and Hazuki suddenly went silent, then looked up at the ceiling. They then looked back down and stared at each other. Oh shit, I forgot. They're both working for the church, right? After suicide, Hazuki's perplexed expression suddenly changed.
見られていたな。
その目誰の目ね。
Whose eyes are those eyes? Am I right, brother? Suddenly, an air of familiarity was injected into the words that the two exchanged. The sense that the two could not be anything other than old friends was loaded into their every word.
西条匠のオリジナルは見つかったか？
いいえ、この病院内にいることは分かっているの。これ、カルテよ。彼は無遊病だわ。
Somnambulism. In sharp contrast to how resistant she had been to hand it over before, Hazuki readily passed the medical record to Suwa now. She had already had it in her possession, as if she had somehow predicted that Suwa would pay her a visit.
助かる。じゃあ予定通りに大フロントに奴を誘導して覚醒させるか。
This is all according to plan.
接触するの？
Wait. I forgot. Why were they trying to awaken him? I thought Shogun was... I mean, I understand in retrospect it looks like it was not Shogun that did that to him in front of Ofrun. But why were they trying to awaken him again? I don't remember. I don't remember why they were trying to awaken him.
ああ、顔は隠すけどな。
I guess we'll find out. This is when he did the Darth Spider meme, right? With a mischievous smile, Suwa placed a gentle kiss on Hazuki's lips. Oh my
コスプレしてパ
god!
ーティーに出発だ。
Oh my god! They're making out! And then they do cosplay parties. Alright, begin the skipping. Okay. Once we're looking down at the crowd, we're going to be doing neutral. Positive? Nanami still wasn't answering. Please pick up. Please pick the phone already. Oh, she picked up.
ななみななみななみでしょ。
Oh, she's fine.
今どこにいるんだ。大丈夫なの。何か言って。ななみななみ。
ね。
What?
実は。
Huh? What the? Something weird was going on. It was almost like I was hearing Nanami, not just through the phone, but from somewhere really close by, too.
お前。
ね。
I'm on your bed? I was just sleeping?
上。
What? My gaze wandered upwards. Something was moving on top of my bed. A person. Someone was wriggling around up there. And because of how little space they had, arrogate cases crumbled to the floor as they did. Don't tell me.
そこにいるの。
見つかっちゃった。てへ。
Teehee. My guess had been right. Nanami peeked out from atop the bed with an apologetic look on her face. Had she just been hiding this whole time? But since when?
何がてへだよ。それより車椅子の怪しいやつに会わなかったか。
As she got off the bed, I examined her from top to bottom to see if she was hurt anywhere.
鬼、ちょっと落ち着いてってば。
Yeah, take it down a notch, bro.
聞いてるんだ。答えろよ。お前本当に大丈夫なのか。
それって将軍のことだよ。
まさかあったのか。どこで何をされた。
I grabbed Nanami by the shoulders, desperately pressing her for an answer. Jesus Christ. Yes, Nanami could be a huge brat, but if Shogun had defiled her, it'd be all my fault. Shogun had put his hands on her as a means to provoke me. To him, she was just collateral damage.
ごめん。
I was so ashamed. I started to cry. I was causing problems not just for myself, but for those around me. Harmless Taku, my ass. I was a failure, not just as a brother, but as a human being. I was scum, complete and utter scum.
鬼泣いてるの？
ごめん。僕のせいで。
It's all my fault.
泣かないでよ。困ったな。実はあの将軍のメール、ナナのいたずらなんだ。
は？
It was just a prank. It was just a prank, Takumi. It was a gag. It was funny. You're supposed to laugh, Takumi. These are jokes. Where's the Joker? I couldn't process what she'd said. I was stunned.
つまり将軍ってナナだったの。
What?
最初からずっと。
Nanami? What?
お兄があまりにもナナの相手してくれないからちょっとからかうつもりでつい。
This is actually the perfect ending. We should just stop the game here. I think this is the Crying Sky ending.
だからね、ナナは誰にも何にもされてないし、全くピンピンしてるよ。お兄が泣くことなんてないの。わかった？
See? Crying Sky? It's close enough.
お前。
I was relieved. Upon learning that she'd deceived me, the release of all my tension and fear made me cry even harder. I couldn't believe that she'd do that to me, and I was pretty upset that she'd been screwing with me for so long, but none of that mattered right now.
ごめん、本当にごめんね、お兄。差し入れ持ってきたから、それで許して。
Do a little trolling, just a little. She held her hands together as if in prayer as she apologized to me, and then she cheerfully took out a paper box that had been hidden in the corner. Inside the box were 4 tiny cakes. Yo! 2 Mont Blancs and 2 cheesecakes.
どう？美味しそうでしょ？まあ、当然だよね。ナナの手作りだもん。お兄のために作ったんだからね。
Yeah, you didn't have to. I mean, thank you for them. I appreciate them. I will definitely eat them all. This is the best ending. Nanami put the box on my desk, then placed 2 cakes, each on 2 different paper plates. Then she'd set out. No idea where they'd come from, though.
ねえお兄、ナナのこと心配してくれてありがとう。すごく嬉しかった。お兄にもいいところあるじゃん。泣いちゃったのはちょっと情けなかったけどね。
Shut your mouth, you lying, backstabbing bitch. My pride had been torn into shreds. I'd been deceived, betrayed, and I'd even ended up crying. I couldn't believe how pathetic I was, how stupid I was.
でも、お兄がナナのお兄でよかった。
Aww. She smiled at me happily. It was a more peaceful sight than I was used to. How nice would it be if that was actually what happened? And then we wake up. Yeah, that was nothing more than just an overly convenient, easy-to-swallow delusion of mine. Nanami still hadn't picked up, and the sound of someone's ringtone continued to echo throughout my room. The melody was a happy-go-lucky one, something that was in harsh contrast to my current state of mind. The sense of dread within me was growing. There was no getting around it. Nanami's phone was in this room. I couldn't think of any other explanation. I couldn't avert my eyes from reality anymore. Alright, then we skip this. Let me turn down my AC. Alright, we are looking down at the crowd, and during that, we are supposed to be doing neutral. We are very neutral gaming right now. Which we know will be new text to us. It sounded like fans cheering from the bleachers at a soccer game, or maybe a volleyball game. The entirety of the DQNs who had gathered at Scramble Crossing had all begun chanting in unison. Maybe this was a planned part of the event, or maybe Shogun and mind controlled them into doing it. Yeah, probably. They all followed the same rhythm as they raised their hands overhead and shouted the same words. They were all insane. I was horrified. The chant wasn't stopping. In the midst of their chant, I could hear the high-pitched voices of female DQNs. That's me. I'm one of those.
こっち向いて愛してる
愛してる. As I listened closely, I noticed the one thing they all had in common. They were all making fun of me. To them, they were just having fun and laughing to their heart's content. Everything was fine as long as they were having fun. A festival dedicated to my sacrifice, a true shit show. All I wanted to do was join in, make fun of myself the way everyone else was. Every last one of them was a DQN. Nobody would come to my rescue. Everyone who'd come here wished for my death. Crowd psychology was going to kill me. Not out of hatred or fury, but simply because that was what everyone else wanted to see. And then we start skipping again. Okay, what's the next one? Alright, so now when the prompts, we do yes, yes, no, no, yes. We do yes. I distinctly saw a sword. Yes. If I move from here, I can take it. No. I can see the sword from other places than here. No. It's not actually a sword. Yes. Okay, and then the next one's that delusion trigger at 30. After waking up at the hospital and talking to the nurse, negative. Okay. Right, so this doesn't matter. Let's do positive. There's my sword, and we skip this stuff. Alright, so what do we do with this next one? Negative? Yeah, talking to the nurse, you do negative. Okay. Alright, that's all set there. Next one's at 34. While talk to Senna and Kozue, we do negative. Okay. Okay. Let's do a positive here. I think negative. Is it negative or positive? One of them is the one where he does the weird shit with Kozue, probably. Oh, it's this one. Yeah. Positive does that. All right. Beep. Beep. We'll do negative here. Okay. And then the next one, we got to do negative when we're with Senna and Kozue. Which I don't think we did before. So now we do negative. All right, let's see. Why does Kazupi have a D sword? With an innocent smile still on her face, Kazupi looked back at me. Shogun-shan's hench people. Oh! Oh, that's what she's... Oh! You're... Oh, no. And the gigantic snowboard-esque sword flashed, as if cutting the air itself to ribbons. Well, that was fast. I had no idea what had just happened. Before I could even react, it was all over. Kazupi's small body embraced the D-sword, and clinging to that sword was a sticky substance. Blood. That's fair, actually. You know, I had some fucked up delusions about you earlier in the game, so that's fair. That wasn't me, Kazupi. It was the satellites. There's patents, Kazupi. You gotta understand. In that very moment, my body had been permanently disfigured. I nearly collapsed, so I tried to step forward with my right leg to stop myself. but my leg wouldn't move. The sensation in my lower body had disappeared. I felt a blistering heat around my waist. I fell forward. I couldn't move my body. Confused as could be, using only my hands, I pushed myself slightly upward and looked toward my body. Blood was gushing out from my side. Slimy, protruding intestines glistening in the light. Pink flesh clung to exposed white bones. It was a body that had been bored out. One that couldn't be mine. Unable to believe what I was seeing, I looked up at Kazupi. Staring at me with nothing but raw disdain in her eyes, Kazupi took the D-sword dripping with my blood. And then, almost as if she wanted me to watch, she took her adorable tongue and slowly licked away the crimson. All right. Can you really be mad at her? No, it's fair, actually. Ugh. My delusion made me feel really sick. But that didn't mean that the delusion wouldn't become reality. Assuming the worst, I distanced myself a little from Kazupi, preparing myself to bolt at any time. Completely oblivious to what I was feeling, Kazupi waltzed around the store like she owned the place, her footsteps light and bouncy. I didn't even attempt to try and hide her sword from the people around her, acting as if it were the most normal thing in the world. It'd been the same with Senna. She'd also been looking around a gigantic sword in the middle of Shibuya with no regard to the people around her. Kazupi was way too calm. Even if Kazupi didn't say work for Shogun, she was still definitely crazy. That wasn't even the scene that we had to trigger. It's the Senna and Kazupi. We have to do negative. We have to trigger that. I think that was a perfect recreation of the song that I just did. And I feel like you guys in chat don't appreciate my musical skills. And we did the scene before. Okay. What's next? Trigger number 36. When you and Misumi enter Ayase's hospital room, do neutral. Okay. Slap. I don't know, positive? I don't even know what this scene was in reference to. I sensed Remy moving behind me. The rustling of her clothes was growing closer. Aww. Before I had the chance to turn around, I was embraced from behind. A gentle floral scent hit me. My back was struck. I'm just looking at his fucking face. Bro, what is going on with your face, man? You're just like... something about the eyes. I don't know what it is. He's just like... am I even here? My back was struck by the soft sensation of Remy's breasts. I must have been running away from reality again, giving myself a delusion that was a lot easier to swallow from the real world. Upon thinking that, the sheer emptiness I felt overpowered my lust I may have had, and I was no longer able to enjoy the delusion anymore. He's been through it. It was that the Jack and Daxter. Oh, the boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that was basically Jack and Daxter, that music, yeah. Rather than taking her and pinning her down on the bed, I decided to throw out all the things I could have voiced in a delusion such as this. Oh my god, look at this! This is a peak. I could feel the movements of Remy's body directly against my back. Her chest faintly rose and fell with every breath. As obvious as the fact may have been, it reminded me that Remy truly was alive. Remy tightened her embrace around me.
私の中でもまだ迷いが
Cinema. Cinema.
どうしたらいいかわからなくて。
Doubts? Like what? What could she have been thinking about?
そもそも私
Talking about?
タ
Whatever
ク
it
と
says.
一緒にいていいのかなとか、このままの関係を続けるべきなのかなとか。でもね、このままじゃきっとダメなんだ。それじゃあ何も救えない。ねえタク、私が最初に願った
Single
のは
wish. One
一
wish.
つだけだった。なのにどうして人は、私は際限なく望み続けちゃうんだろうね。あの空を見つけた時に。
That sky? The silent sky ending? We're on Crying Sky. I had no idea what Remy was talking about. Nor did I know how to respond to it. Silence enveloped us. I could hear Remy's gentle breaths close to my ear. But no matter how long I waited for her to end it with some silly punchline, none ever came in the wafting silence. Was it possible that this wasn't a delusion? No, it's absolutely a delusion, unfortunately. The moment I considered that, a wave of anxiety ran through me. In reality, Remy was hugging me. She was pressing tightly against me. That realization alone nearly destroyed any sense of reason I had. I had a feeling that, in a situation like this, if I pinned Remy to the bed, she'd let me have my way with her. Oh my God, Takumi, Jesus. With a gulp, we got mail.
今の何？
That was my phone. I got a text. Remy, let go of me in surprise. And the tender sensation vanished along with her. A complicated mix of both relief and disappointment spread through my chest. Wait a second. Remy had just heard Sarah Ten's notification tone. Oh God, how embarrassing. Oh fuck. Shit. Now she knows I'm an otaku freak. She didn't know that before. She didn't know that from my shipping container home with eroge and like half-naked anime figures and several posters of Sarah Ten. She didn't know that I was an otaku freak pervert. And now she knows that. Fuck. She couldn't tell from the Sarah Ten doll in front of figure in front of my fucking monitor. Or my Sarah Ten wallpaper. She didn't know before. No, fuck. When I opened my email software, I saw about 3 messages from Grimm telling me to join the chat room. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't really chatted with Grimm recently. We'd used to talk online pretty much every day. But since I'd been refraining from playing ESO, it had been around 10 days since we last talked. Oh, I forgot I have to hit A for every single time. Hey, Nightheart! I'd already seen these. Okay, there we go. Alright, what is next? I think it's this next one. Misumi entering ISA's hospital room. We do neutral. Bam, bam. We're almost there, gang. We're almost at the beginning of the Crying Sky ending. I apologize that it took us a while to get there. We will see how long the actual Crying Sky ending is, though. We'll see. We could still technically just do it tonight as well. And again, hopefully, this means the other routes we do will go quicker because we're playing other delusions now. We're getting those out of our way. Okay, we do neutral here.
どこ行ったんだ?
さあ
And it's only been 3 hours. The window was open. Wind blew against the white curtains, sending them fluttering in the breeze. For some odd reason, it had caught my eye ever since I'd come in the room. It felt like a negative delusion could start at any second. One where Ayase jumped from the rooftop and fell past that window. Oh, is that what's supposed to happen if you do that one? One where if I looked down, I'd find her sprawled on the ground covered in blood and with gray matter scattered everywhere. I had to check. I couldn't bear the burning curiosity. As if possessed, my shaky legs moved step by step toward the window. I stood right by it, The sky was dyed in evening glow. It was a crisp fall evening. What might have been below? The very picture of help itself. With a gulp, I ever so slowly peeked out the window and down toward the ground. There was nothing out of the ordinary. I couldn't see IS's corpse anywhere. I guess I'd just been paranoid. But when I went to retract my head in relief, I noticed it. On the window, one story below, a single towel was waving in the wind. I assumed it was just a normal white towel, but words of some kind were scrawled on it in dark blue lettering. Due to it flapping in the wind, I couldn't quite figure out what it said. Not that I really cared. The words scribbled on some towels shouldn't have bothered me at all. Yeah, it says whose eyes are those eyes. Of course that's what it's going to say. But a part of me still tried desperately to read it. And when I looked closer, I saw... Yeah, no shit. Whose eyes are those eyes? I was speechless. I couldn't look away. And right after that, the towel was suddenly pulled back through the window. Almost as if they had known they'd been looking at the towel at that very moment. No, that couldn't be possible. Nobody I knew could have been in the room below me. Nobody I knew had been hospitalized. Even if someone other than a patient was stalking me from the window below, it would have been impossible for them to predict that I would peer down from here, right? There were no surveillance cameras in the rooms. It was all just a coincidence. It had to be. Well, what if maybe, just maybe it wasn't? Terror creeping up my back, I turned back toward the entrance. There was nobody there. The door was shut. I immediately pulled myself away from the window, feeling incredibly uneasy. Don't think about it. Try as hard as you can not to. This was a coincidence. A simple coincidence. That's what I told myself. Oh, you got some weird stuff, Misumi-kun? What you got? I suddenly realized Misumi-kun was calling me. Let me skip that stuff. Okay. So the next one is the very next delusion trigger. When ISA starts talking to you about defeating Gladiol in a room, you do negative. In the hospital room, we do negative. Okay. We're almost at it. We're almost fully locked in. We do negative here. All right, what do we got? All right, good. We already did the scene too. Great. What's next? The next one is Delusion 43. So that was 37. We gotta go to 43. When you hear Nanami's voice after chatting with Grimm. Okay. So this one doesn't matter. Let's assume this was negative. And people died, probably. Damn it, new scene. All right.
どういう意味だ?
岸本さんは退院なんてしてなかったの。
Oh, so she's saying she ran out of the hospital, she escaped out, and then she became a famous performer when she was supposed to be hospitalized the whole time? Is that what you're saying? With a bit of pride in her voice, Remy began to reveal some pretty shocking information about Ayase.
たまにしか学校に来なかったのもこの病院から無断で通ってたから。ライブだってそう。そしてニュージェネ事件は岸本さんが生み出した妄想を彼女自身の手で実行したものだったの。ファンタズムの歌詞の通りに事件を起こしたのよ。それによって注目を浴びるために。それが私の推理したニュージェネ事件の真相。さっきそしたら叩かれちゃった。
Tee tahaha. That wasn't something to tahaha over, Remy. Anyone would get upset at being treated as a murderer without proof. Then again, when I treated Remy like a murderer, she hadn't gotten all pissy.
でも、私の推理は間違ってないはず。たく、気をつけてね。岸本さんは。
Yeah, you picked positive last time and there's something about Misumi's family jewels. Oh, I see, I see.
異常だよ。
None of you are normal. I'm like the most normal out of all of the characters here. None of you are normal or safe from sin. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And it had come from Remy of all people. I wondered if I'd misheard her.
私は正常よ。
That's something a perfectly normal person would shout.
Eh?
A clear voice echoed throughout the room. Ayase with her sword. When I looked over to find the source of it, I saw Ayase standing at the entrance to the hospital ward. D-sword in hand. Ooh, the girls are
全
fighting.
ては大いなる意志の導き。
Get out your swords there, Remy. With that shriek, she charged us with her D-sword.
おい逃げようぜ。
タク、どうしよう。
どうしようって。
Find your
ウ
D-sword.
ラジオールに栄光あ
Glory be to Gladio. ISA had clearly gone off the rails. Security? Nurse? She came closer and closer. This was bad. We had to run. If we didn't, we were dead. I was in too much of a hurry, so I ended up tripping over myself. I fell to the floor so hard, it was almost comical.
諦めろリミ。
Abandoning me, Remy and Misumi-kun ran away. My arm reached out for them as their backs got smaller and smaller.
待って、置いていかないで。
死ね
And when I turned around, I saw Ayase's figure mid-swing as she brought her D-sword down on top of me. What did I do? Okay, fair enough. Then we wake up. All right, the next.
おいタク。
Okay.
何ぼーっ
Nanami's
と
voice
してん
had
だ
to shine.
行くぞ。
Yeah. Misumiko was calling me. Remy also waved at me from beside him. Blinking dazedly, I examined my surroundings. Ayase was nowhere in sight. I wasn't injured. I hadn't been split in two.
もうそうか。
Yeah, it was just a delusion. And here I thought I was gonna die. That scary version of Ayase could happily stay in my delusions. Thank you very much.
タク、早く来いって。
I hurriedly chased after the two. Alright, then we go to these. Okay. I feel like there's like a zit or something here, but I don't think there is. I don't know what that is. I'll figure that out later.
あの。
Was this one negative? Probably. It was. Okay, good. Bro, there are so many delusions that you have to go through to trigger these specific endings, bro. And there's a lot of endings. Steins game was far easier to get all the different endings.
あの場所では
This
4
is,
つの妄想がシンクロしてた。
I mean, it's super interesting, but it's also like big branching choice VNs get me a little nervous because I'm just like, they make me feel like I need to use a guide, but then I feel like a little bitch for using a guide. I mean, my precognition, which is what I'm using, of course. Last time was negative, so let's try a positive here. Yes, okay, good. Apparently ads are about to start. Don't worry about it. We'll just start the ads things now. We'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Stay safe. If they ever trigger. Okay, looks like they went through. Meanwhile, while the ads play, I guess I can go until we get to a scene that we have not read yet. The last time we did positive, so this was probably negative? No, this is a new scene. Damn it. All right. We'll wait for the ads to finish up, and then we'll continue. We'll be right back after the break. Stay safe, everybody. All right. Welcome back, gamers. Let's continue with this. I brought my heavy legs one step forward. In this place free of traffic lights, I staggered onto the road. I had a feeling that salvation awaited me there. I didn't do this one the first time we played because it was obvious. It was just, the negative is just he runs into traffic and fucking dies. A glaring brightness from a pair of headlights, the deafening, discordant noise of a car horn, the unnerving sound of squealing tires. Come on, kill me. Kill this fake me, this unsightly monster. With a strong impact at my waist, my body was taken away. I rolled across the hood, a sharp pain. Something hard crashed into the temporal region of my head. My vision went black. The sound of bones shattering rang throughout my skull. I was unable to breathe. It felt as though I was underwater. I was tossed up into the air, and then I fell back down. My limbs writhed in pain. It felt as if the pain was burning away my nerves like fuses. I could finally die. And then we wake up. All right. That one, oh wait, when I opened my eyes, I was standing on the sidewalk. The road that I had just been run over on was right in front of me. He's like, damn it. Why couldn't that one have been real? Why would you talk to me? You can live. I believe in you. I checked my body. There were no wounds. No blood gushing out. I didn't feel any pain either. I even thought that I'd become a ghost. I wanted it to be true. But if that was the case, my corpse should have been lying in the middle of the road. Yet I saw nothing of the sort. The car that had run me over was also non-existent. Had that been a delusion? Yes, of course. Bro, what delusion number is this? Like fucking 37? Jesus, dude. I wasn't trying to get sympathy points by showing that I wanted to die. No, I genuinely wanted to. Seeking salvation for the final time, I dove into the road. Again? A glaring brightness from a pair of headlights, the discordant noise of a car, the unnervous... Oh my god, it's happening again. Kill me. And it happens again? Literally the same text. And then he wakes up again. It's going to be a loop of this. He just keeps getting isekai'd. I, once again, standing on the sidewalk. Why did I keep escaping into delusions every single time? Thank you, Takumi, for the scream. I raised my trembling voice to an almost shrieking scream, and once more tumbled onto the road. Give us the crash sound effect. There you go. Please let me die. Nothing had changed. I was about to lose it. Did I not want to die? Or was I already dead? And this was all a dream? Was my brain perceiving my very last moment extrasensorily, leaving me to see this illusion in this sub-second time frame before the end? As fucking if. Almost completely given into my despair, I went to walk in toward the middle of the road, but my legs were shaking. They were unable to move from where I stood. The delusion of my death had repeated 3 times. The pain I had imagined in them, in all its terrifying realism, overwhelmed my mind and made my terror even worse. I didn't understand. I couldn't grasp my own feelings anymore. Did I want to live or die? Which was it? I clenched my teeth. I closed my eyes. I repeat to myself, I want to die. And with that, my legs finally moved forward. Even with my eyes closed, I could tell that headlights were shining on me. The sound of the horn pierced my ears, and the squealing sound of the tires got closer and closer with immense speed. Please just run me over. And just like that, my wish was denied. I was suddenly standing on the sidewalk, safe and sound. Why? I broke down crying then and there. Even though I didn't want to die, even though I wanted to be saved, please, just release me from this shitty game. Alright, and then we get out of that. We're done with that. Alright, we still need to, when you hear Nani's voice, I'm chattering room, which is probably this one. We do positive here. I already did that. And then the one afterwards, when you're standing before a crowd of people, neutral. So that is probably this very next one. And then it looks like that's all the possible delusions for the ending for us. Wait, was it this one that we're supposed to? Oh wait, this is the Nanami positive delusion one that we're supposed to do. Oh, she's okay. Hey! Great to see you! As I opened the door, Nanami smiled and waved at me. I froze in place. She was acting way too normal. She was acting way too energetic. I'd seen it. A white bandage wrapped around her right wrist. So why? I then remember the phone call I'd gotten a few hours earlier. The pained voice asking me to give her right hand back. And now, the smile she had right now, and the bandage around her right wrist, contradicted each other. Nanami was contradicting herself. Oh, I see. She was also a delusion. She had to be. I had never had a little sister named Nanami to begin with. I got it now. That had to be it. After ignoring her and heading back into my room, I sat down on the sofa. I once again took hold of my Saraton figure and gripped her tight. So tight, in fact, that my hand hurt slightly. But it didn't matter because that pain, too, was a delusion. Everything in this world was made up of delusions. Delusions developed only within my mind. Both me and this delusion I was looking at were fake. I mean, What do you know? You're probably a delusion too.
え、なになに？
黙れ。
Yeah, shut up.
ちょっと、そんな言い方しなくても
Get
いいじゃ
the
ん。
hell out of
お
here.
兄だからって何言っても許されるとか思ってる？
Yeah?
黙れよ。もうそう
You
いう
delusional sister. Delusionary sister.
妄想？
Morsel? I surrendered my body to the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. With no particular goal in mind, I started counting the rusty spots. I didn't want to look at Nanami. I'd only felt empty if I did. I'd only feel empty if I did. Well, not that I cared about whether I felt empty or not, given I was just a delusionary existence.
ねえお兄、本当に平気？いつもと全然様子が違うけど。
Worrying about me like a good little sister, huh? My delusional sister was worried about me. That fact alone filled me with anger. Besides, who was she to have come in my room like she owned the place?
わかった。お腹空いたんでしょう。
I gritted my
だ
teeth.
ったら、ナナが何か作ろうか。
どれ。
What? Oh no.
鳥って言った？
Talk to me. This is supposed to be the positive delusion. What are you doing? No one said a thing about takeout.
鶏肉だと、やっぱ唐揚げかな。でも、一人で作ったことないし。あ、別に、お兄のリクエストがあったから作るわけじゃないからね。ナナも今日は鶏肉で何か作りたいなって思ってた。
This Nanami was really annoying. The fact that she was so similar to the real one wasn't something I could ignore. Wait, did a real Nanami even exist in the first place? Then what was this Nanami? Real? The real Nanami? My head became a mess. So I stopped thinking. I simply stopped thinking. I didn't care anymore. At the end of the day, everything was a delusion.
応対取れ。
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God you were talking about the bandage talking to me. Thank God.
取ってみろ。ボケが。
Thank God.
包帯って、あ、これ転んで打撲しただけだし。
No big deal. Just a fall? Was it true? Or was she lying? I would know if she took it
ほ
off.
んと、わがままなお兄だな。じゃあ約束してよ。ナナが包帯取ってみせたら、お兄も元気出すって。
I can't make that promise right now, but I'll be a little better. The sound of rustling cloth rang throughout the quiet room, followed by a ringing in my ears. My head hurt. These too were delusions, though, so I paid them no mind.
はい。これで満足？って、ちょっとお兄、わざわざ取ったんだから、ちゃんと見てよ。
I sluggishly lowered my gaze. Nanami had rolled up her uniform sleeve, and she was now sticking her right hand out towards me. And when I looked at her slender arm, I saw... Uh-oh. This is positive delusion, by the way. Oh my God, Jesus! Blood, dripping blood. Bloody words have been cut into her arm, and they said...
その目、誰の目？
Ah, no, don't like that. Don't like that. Don't like that. My vision flashed, and when it passed, just like that, the horrifying wound on her arm was gone. I had been hyperventilating, so I moved to catch my breath. I forcefully bit my lip. Nanami was rubbing the arm she had taken the bandage off
青
of.
技、だいぶ消えてくれたな。最初はすごく腫れてたんだよ。
I didn't know whether that was the truth or not. Sure, there wasn't a wound there, but there had been before. I didn't understand anything anymore. I didn't want to think anymore. I once again laid my head on the sofa.
ねえ。ナナミ。
Without meeting her eyes, I called out to my sister, or to the girl whose identity I wasn't
お
sure of.
前が本物でも偽物でもどっちでもいいよ。
Right now, I only wanted one thing.
僕を殺してくれないか。
And then he says this like 50 times, right? Kill me, kill me, kill me. All right, so the next one, when we're standing before a crowd of people, we do neutral. And then that should be all of them. And then we finally reach the Crying Sky ending, which will surely only take about 40 minutes. Surely. Wait.
リベン
Suddenly, the wall of people opened up before me, like I was Moses from the Bible. Single path inviting me in. They were all waiting for one person, me. It's the reality TV show that's sweeping the nation. Today's episode, the world's most terrifying offline meet. People from all over the net have come to lynch the biggest embarrassment in all of Japan, Nishijo Takumi, right in the middle of Shibuya. Their catchphrase? Whose eyes are those eyes? Offline meet. When members of an internet community meet in real life. That's what that means. That's what that means, guys. Okay. When that long scenario played out in my mind, we got an achievement. Whose eyes are those eyes? Find all the whose eyes are those eyes. Okay, so I guess we get another whose eyes are those eyes thing. I don't know what just happened for me to trigger that, but we got that achievement. I laughed. He's done it. We finally reached his actual Joker moment. It's right here. As much as I hated pain, as long as I would die, I'd be more than willing to deal with that much. It's really to die for, Takumi. I had finally grasped what serotonin meant by revenge. I hadn't died the last time I was here, so they had prepared this stage just for me. Forming a lazy smile stemming from the corner of my mouth, I started making my way through the path between the people. At the end of it, I could see various members of the mass media standing next to each other like idiots, cameras and microphones in hand. Both the onlookers and the mass media were incredibly tense. There was a tiny bit of commotion, but nowhere near the amount you normally hear at a festival. All the energy they'd had back when I'd humiliated myself atop O Front was gone. Everyone looked at me. Their eyes were cold and sharp, staring daggers at me with what felt close to murderous intent. Whether I liked it or not, my expectations were swelling higher and higher. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. And then we start skipping. Okay. Alright, we are locked in. We are all set to go for Crying Sky. There's nothing else we gotta worry about. We just go to Crying Sky. We're there. I believe it's when chapter 10 starts and then you get to the train area. I think then is when it goes into Crying Sky. Boom. What did it say this chapter was right now? Did that say briefly, did that say Silent Sky right now, or did it say Crying Sky? Let's check it and see. Alright, we're on Silent Sky right now, and then later on it will transition to Crying Sky. Slap. Ah! Oh. Shinsen Station of the Inokashira line was one stop from Shibuya, with it taking only about a minute to arrive there by train. The station itself was situated within an underground tunnel, resulting in the only natural light being the beam seeping in from the opening at the end of the platform. Due to the earthquake, all of the lights had gone out, enveloping the area in a far thicker darkness than usual. Carrying Orihara Kozue's body on her back, Aoi Sena set foot onto the platform. There had been no need to buy a ticket. Not a single staff member was present in the vicinity, and none of the ticket machines were in service. Only a glance was necessary to understand how horribly warped the railroad tracks had become. It was no wonder that the trains had suspended operation the day before. Kozue's breathing would turn laborious at times, but she was far from conscious. Wait, what? Yeah. Oh, okay. Dried blood was caked on her forehead. During the earthquake, she had been caught in the wake of a collapsing building, and had not regained consciousness since. Gigalomaniacs are unable to use their powers to heal wounds. To the brain, pain is an inescapable reminder of reality. Thus, Gigalomaniacs cannot form any sort of mutual recognition to the effect of, I am not wounded, or the injury didn't happen. Human instinct would not allow it. Moreover, one cannot establish mutual recognition with someone who is unconscious. These reasons rendered Sena unable to assist Kozue. When they had at last reached the deserted platform, Sena lowered Kozue from her back and then gently laid her against the wall. Sena's expression was stiff. With only a single glance toward Kozue, she shifted her gaze back to the station premises. Glaring motionlessly at a certain point in the distance, she gritted her teeth.
やっと見つけた。
At the end of her gaze, in the dark recesses of the platform, two figures stood shoulder to shoulder. That's different. One was a tall man wearing an expensive suit. His whole body exuded an aura of refinement. He had an excellent posture, and a relaxed smile rested on his lips. The other was a homeless man clad in filthy rags. His hair was unkempt and shaggy, and his face was covered in stubble. The man's head was hung low, rendering his expression difficult to accurately discern. Their appearances contrasted violently. But the two men did nothing but stand silently on the dim, empty station platform. Sena felt nothing but raw hatred towards the both of them. Norose Genichi and Hatano Ise. Even if she wanted to forget about them, she would never have been able to.
母さんと妹を殺した。その二人が揃ってお出迎えか。
A long time ago, her mother and her little sister had met their gruesome ends right before her eyes. And the people before her now were the very people who had killed them.
私の本意ではなかったんだ。セナ。
Sena. With his head still hung low, the homeless man Hatano let out a desolate murmur.
あの実験を止めようとした。だが、私一人では動き出した歯車は止められなかった。この男が。
Hatano took a fleeting glance at Nodose's expression. Nodose said nothing, his composed attitude remaining unmoving.
この男が実験の継続を指示した。私はあの結果を望んではいなかった。悪いのはこの男。ノロセなんだ。分かってくれ。セナ。
Sena. Sena's repugnance billowed as she listened to his words of repentance.
お前は母さんと妹を見殺しにした。それが厳然とした事実だ。
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
悔いているならどうして逃げた？
世界を守るためだ。
Thanks, Sena. The world, Sena. I had to pretend I was homeless to save the world.
でたらめを。
親に逆らうのは感心しませんね。
This ain't the time for you, Norose. What the fuck? It was the first time Norose had spoken.
確
Ever?
かに
His whole life?
君の家族が悲劇的な結末を迎えたのはもう十分データは取れていたのでね。実に有意義な実験でした。
有意義？
Sena swiftly reel-booted the D-sword she held in her hands. The resulting shockwave stirred her long, black hair.
この男を殺せセナ。こいつが元凶だ。
Everything.
言われなくても。
Sena had already Sena had already kicked powerfully off the platform. Without brandishing her sword, she closed the distance. A phenomenal display of her explosive power. Her target, Norose Genichi. Damn. She mowed him down with the D-sword. Even the air was torn to shreds. Norose's head tore free and flew away from its source. And then we realize, if you listen closely, she's having a delusion displayed to her the whole time, and she probably just fucking killed Hatano. Or Kozue. I don't fucking know. Somebody else is dead. Sana followed it with her eyes, when suddenly, Norose's flying head, distorted mid-flight, and transformed into that of her father's. Who could have predicted that was happening? Who could have done that? Who could have known that that's what would happen here? Stunned, she looked at the headless body that stood before her. It had been wearing a suit only a moment ago, but now it donned the clothes of a homeless man. Devoid now of any and all power, it tumbled backward lifelessly. It was all a little too easy. Eyes wide as can be, Sana looked at Hatano, who had been standing just beside it. He turned to face him in return. He turned to face her in return. His bearded face warped into a vicious sneer. His face contorted as if a mosaic had been affixed to it, and his body contorted into a similar fashion. It's him! The very next instant, Hatano struck on the face of a man Sana did not recognize. His age, his face, his aura, they all differed greatly from her father's. Sana was overwhelmed with confusion. She took another unblinking look at the head she had just severed. After tracing an arc as it flew, it had splattered blood upon where it struck the concrete. It was her father's face. It was her father's head. Sana could not look away. An illusion made by a delusion. Realizing that, Sana's breathing grew shallow and ragged.
Sena-chan sa.
The man who was supposed to be her father, the man who was now completely a different person, spoke Sena's name in a far too friendly way.
君が今やったことって結局お父さんと同じっすよね。
It was the result she had longed for all throughout these past 6 months. It should have been. It should have been, and yet, Sena was assailed by a fierce inner turmoil. Her father, who had been reduced to just a head, had his eyes trained directly on Sena.
父親の首跳ねて殺すって。
Now that's gnarly. Still not comprehending why she was experiencing such psychological shock, Sena heard something tear deep inside her ears. I heard a voice. The scream of Sena's mind. A scream which cursed reality. A scream which emulated madness. I followed that cry all the way to Shinsen Station. By the time I got there, it was already too late. When I set foot onto the dim platform, the faint smell of blood hung in the air. Kozupi was lying against the wall unconscious. And there, on the platform, was Sena, sunk to the ground with her back facing me. I'm trying to remember if Kozupi was unconscious the last time we did this, too. I didn't remember her being unconscious. I thought she was just watching. But maybe I was wrong. Her head was pointed down, and her long hair was covering her face. I couldn't see her expression. Right beside her was a headless body. It then occurred to me that the round object lying a few meters away was the head that had once been attached to it. It was Hatano-san. And when I realized that, I bit my lip hard.
こいつはラッキーっすね。
A man was standing on the tracks. Contrasting heavily with the suit he was wearing, he had a rucksack on his back. A harsh mechanical noise was emanating from it. Suwa Mamoru, a detective for the Metropolitan Police Department's Investigation Division. This wasn't the first time I'd run into him, and I knew exactly what he'd done.
もともとは目障りな畑の親子を処分しに来たんすけどね。西条くん、君が君
We'd
を
already
見
seen
かけた
these.
ら捕まえろってことになってるんすよ。
誰に？
内緒っす。
Trying to get to a new text.
あんたはノロセの居場所を
Where if I notice
西条くんさ、 口の
バンっていう人刑事のくせにあんたみたいなやつに
あのさ、お前に言われたくねえ。お前も人殺し違うとは言わせぬ。俺は今すぐにで。
You killed Hazuki. I mean, I thought Hazuki killed herself, but, you know, apples and oranges. The nurse who had been the real New Gen culprit. She and Suo were both disciples of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. Was that all? I gulped audibly.
信仰の救いのために
俺が責任も心をこ
I attempted to brandish my D-sword, but it was obvious that I wouldn't be able to do anything. That was just a reflex. And, just as I had expected, I wasn't able to do anything at all. Is this new? Oh my god! I found myself in a dimly lit room. In that room was a single man, talking to another much older man through a large screen.
諏訪君、君と葉月君にやってもらいたい修行があるのだ。
はい、何なりと。
人を殺してもらいたい。
That's some intense training.
相手は誰ですか？
相手が何者かに意味はない。
I don't care who, just start killing.
と申しますと。
No, you may not.
特に決まりはないと言っておこう。殺す対象、殺し方はこちらで指示する。
Just start killing.
我らが進めているプロジェクトノアを完成させるため、西条匠という少年に
Why is the
心理的
government...
揺さぶりをかける必要があるのだ。
Bro. We made the game specifically... Everybody in this game is specifically targeting me. The government secret project is targeting me specifically and trolling me. This is bullshit.
揺さぶりですか？
恐怖を与えるのだ。しかしその少年の秘めた力は強大だ。直接的な行動はこちらの身に危険を及ぼしかねん。故に連続猟奇殺人事件を起こす。
たったそれだけのために殺人を。
不満かね？
シノもその修行に参加しなければなりませんか？
当然だ。
Of course.
俺は信仰の理想郷を築くためであり、同時に君たちに信仰の救いをもたらすだろう。
そういうことであれば。
Sure. That's what you want.
時に葉月君はお腹に君の子を授かっていたな。
Pray tell, how soon is the delivery? We're gonna need that for one of the murders.
あと2ヶ月ほどです。
その子供
Oh, okay.
捧げたまえ。
Okay.
殺せとおっしゃいますか？
聖なる犠牲だよ。こう捧げれば
Alright, so Sua had a... Well, I mean, we saw it before with Sua making out with Hazuki or whatever, but they had a thing going for a long while. They got a baby together. Are they married? We're part of a church that allows sex before marriage? What is this shit?
かしこまりました。すべて教祖様の仰せのままに。きっとシノも喜びます。
Okay, huge differences happening already. I don't think we've officially entered Crying Sky, though. Have we? If I save, it'll tell me. Oh, wait, we have. Never mind. I just didn't see a title drop thing. Maybe it skipped it at some point. I don't know. We are in Crying Sky officially, so... Suddenly, an insanely powerful wind blew against me. It pushed me backward hard, nearly knocking me over. I tried desperately to brace myself against it. However, my body didn't do what I asked. Instead, my body curled up into a ball on the spot. My body wouldn't listen to me. It moved by itself. It was like my body wasn't my own. Premarital eye contact is a war crime. I mean, true! Before I knew it, my surroundings had gone completely dark. When I looked below, I saw the nightscape spreading out before me. If I didn't know any better, I could have easily mistaken all the lights for a sky full of stars. I suddenly realized that I was standing somewhere ridiculously high up. Beside me were 4 men and women I'd never met. No, I knew one of them. Yua. For some reason, though, she wasn't wearing her glasses. No, that wasn't Yua. It was Mia, Yua's younger twin sister. The one who should have died a month ago. Which meant this was the roof of Cornelius Tower. My body wasn't my own. I was wearing a school uniform I didn't recognize. Even the body type was brawnier than my own. And when I saw that there were 4 other people huddled together on the ground, wailing loudly as tears poured down their faces, it led me to guess what exactly was happening. This body that my consciousness had invaded belonged to one of the 5 victims who had died in the first Nugent case, the group dive. Through no will of my own, my field of vision, ever so slowly, panned over toward the helipad. Shogun had filmed the video, so he should have been here, somewhere. Oh, this is where how we find out Shogun had nothing to do with any of these. Okay. There, Shogun was wearing a Darth Spider helmet on his head and a black cloak draped over his body. When Shogun had cornered me at O-Front, he'd been wearing something similar. But was this guy actually Shogun? No. His legs were slightly peeking out from his black cloak. He was very clearly wearing slacks. In addition, his legs were thick, like those of a healthy adult male's. They weren't the skinny, pathetic legs that belonged to Shogun, to Nishijo Takumi. No bones protruded from them. And when I looked closer, I realized that even his sitting height was completely different. The cloak kept them hidden, but his shoulders were also looked fairly broad. At the very least, the man wasn't Nishijo Takumi, and he wasn't carrying a video camera. Suddenly, from the darkness spreading out behind the fake Shogun, I heard footsteps, dragging footsteps, and not just one set of them. It wasn't a hallucination. The strange footprints belonged to many, many people. There had been several dozen unknown entities lurking in the darkness. The footsteps hadn't been in the video that had been uploaded to YouTube. Not to mention, there shouldn't have been any way for this many people to have gained access to the helipad. Then, what the hell was this sound? The 4 others beside me continued to wail in grief. Through no will of my own, my body similarly let out a cry and then began to tremble. Oh yeah, this is the weird delusion that they showed the people to make them freak out the way they did. Something was coming closer. If I was in a low-budget horror movie, those dragging footsteps would have been zombies. Zombies with both arms hanging down limply in front of me. Their decaying bodies slowly swaying as they walked. But that was just in the movies. In reality, and especially in 21st century Tokyo, there was no way a horde of zombies could possibly just show up like that. But if that was the case, then what are they? I felt like it was going to seize up in terror. I wanted to look away. But the owner of the body I invaded refused to do so. Finally, the unknown entities began to emerge from the darkness. They choked all remaining space on the helipad, sealing off our escape route. I wasn't sure if it was the right to call it anticlimactic, but the ones who appeared were perfectly normal people. They wore suits, school uniforms, parkas, and they were of different ages and sexes. But they were still all people you'd expect to find walking around Shibuya at night, save for one thing. Every one of the nearly 100 people there was gripping some sort of bladed object, and none of them said a word, nor even tried to. All that could be heard was their raspy nasal breaths pooling together into an abysmal cacophony, and for some reason I couldn't see their expressions very well. It was like their faces were made of paint. Their faces were blurred and disfigured. Were their faces actually deformed? Or was my sight itself the problem? I didn't know. They were sluggishly, yet steadily, coming toward us. They were like robots that had been programmed with a single mission. Thought that perhaps the fake Shogun was ordering them around. But that didn't seem to be the case. Every once in a while, he would move his wheelchair slightly forward, only to... Okay, come on. The 5 people cornered now had nowhere to run. In order to escape the 100-meter-high rooftop, they had no choice but to dive. Grasping their blades, the mob grew closer, closer and closer, little by little. Eventually, they were within reaching distance. And yet, even in their final moments, they all stayed completely silent. As well as this, even as they drew nearer and nearer, they didn't make any attempt to jump on any of the victims. But this strange behavior only served to make more terrifying. Terrifying enough to make me think, I need to get out of here, even if it means I have to jump.
誰の目
I heard an unexpected voice. The voice of the real Shogun, Nishijo Takumi. However, I hadn't heard it from the man wearing the Darth Spider helmet, but from overhead. It seemed like I hadn't been the only one to hear it. As if they had rehearsed it, the 5 cornered people all stood up, joined hands from one another, looked up at the night sky. Naturally, the starry sky spread across the night. Shogun was nowhere to be found.
誰の
My field of vision slowly panned, and then I saw something strange. Even though the nightscape should have the only thing surrounded below me, I saw a long flight of stairs stretching downwards. It led right to the roof of the adjacent building, not Sign City, which was across the Metropolitan Highway, but the building nestled up close to Cornelius Tower. A building nestled close to Cornelius Tower. A fact that didn't make any sense because no such building exists in reality. So, the 5 people held no suspicion that the staircase was delusionary. All they thought was how they had been saved by it. These thoughts, these emotions conveyed distinctly to me, and then, with only in mind, a step forward. Hand in hand, they had yet to let go even once. It was exactly how the group drive ended. None of them had possessed any desire. I'm just reading the things back and forth, and it keeps going too fast. Falling. I get it. They fell and died. Wind pressure. Violently. Shrieked to the girl next to me, emulated. She clutched my hand so tightly. Her nails dug into my flesh. The time it took for us to fall these 100 meters, the darkness. Okay, our surroundings were so dark. I had started to hallucinate falling. Okay, and then... Okay. Please, when you make these games... and you add in sequences that autoplay the text, do not make them go fast like that. I'm trying to read them. This clearly was not the intention for me to not be able to read them in those scenes. I don't know what you were doing. Also, I have to get rid of this guy in the chat. Deny. We deny that. The bodies of 5 people collided with the earth with a sickening crunch. They were pulverized. The pain struck without me expecting it. A single blow that led straight to death. The impact felt like my entire body exploded, and then the ground into a fine powder from the inside out. I felt the sensation in my heart violently contracting from the shock, and then my consciousness was severed. Okay. Alright, next delusion was somebody else getting killed, probably. We're going to explore all of the deaths. My eyes were forced open, and a new scene burst forth in front of me. I was walking down Tamagawa Dori. My body was completely intact, yet the sensation of crashing into the ground remained distinct. Through no will of my own, I was walking down the street as if it were any other day. This body was more in shape than my own. This wasn't me. I had a terrible feeling about this. Suddenly, I noticed a strange man walking toward me, and when I saw him, I was forced to acknowledge that my terrible feeling had been warranted. The man passed me. He was wearing a fairly normal suit, but on his head, he had a Darth Spider helmet. It was all too surreal. There wasn't anyone else around. I wanted to run away as soon as possible. And yet, despite my wishes, the owner of my body, my consciousness, had invaded, looked over their shoulder at the man who had just passed. Darth Spider was right behind me. He was so close I could almost feel his breath. And then, bursting out my blind spot, his fist flew straight into my stomach. All the strength left my body. My vision went black. Not long after I lost consciousness, I began to feel an intense searing pain spreading throughout my abdomen. Beep, beep. When I opened my eyes, I was in an operating room. Wearing only white scrubs, Hazuki Shino was standing in front of me. Her scrubs were wide open, revealing her bloodied abdomen. Even though her face was a sickly pale, she looked at me with a gentle smile. In her hand was a scalpel. Scalpel she slowly laid against my stomach. She applied some pressure, and with a slight ripping sound, a small incision appeared on my skin. Blood spurted from the wound, dancing through the air before landing on Hazuki Shino's face, and yet, despite that, the same bright smile stayed plastered on her face. I watched in horror and pain as she slowly sliced me open. I had seen the scene once before, back when I had read Hazuki's memories, the man-child case. The pain in my stomach had become unbearable. Screaming and sobbing, I tried to escape somehow by thrashing around. My limbs were all fastened to the bed. I was unable to move. Any movement would lead to the pain in my abdomen growing far more intense.
信仰の救いをあなたに。
With her hand resting upon my cleanly sliced open skin, Hazuki began poking around in the gushing wound with her fingers. That alone pierced me with enough agony to shatter my mind. I could very clearly feel the sensation, and then, just as I had seen in her memories, Hazuki forcefully widened the wound from both sides. The sensation of skin and flesh tearing, the lack of anesthesia left the pain raw and unfiltered, causing me, along with the owner of the body, to lose consciousness, only to be woken up immediately after by the overwhelming pain. But Hazuki kept forcibly widening the wound all the same. The details no longer mattered to me, such as where it hurt, or where specifically in my body the pain was erupting from. I hallucinated all my nerve endings being pierced with searing, hot needles. I passed out again, but I couldn't escape. The pain mercilessly forced my consciousness back awake. I let my body writhe in pain. I found myself thinking that, if I were to release me from the suffering, I would be biting off my tongue. There, in Hazuki's hand, was a blood-soaked fetus, something that served only to make her smile all the more. Okay, this woman was well and truly insane. She took the corpse of the fetus she had removed from her own body and then plunged it deep inside my abdomen. Her hand and the fetus she was gripping tightly in it shoved aside my organs, gouged out my flesh, and gnawed deeper and deeper inside me. I began to vomit blood, but even though it threatened to suffocate me, gargling screams arose. Perhaps due to the pain overloading my brain, my head felt strangely foggy. And despite the fogginess, the pain refused to get any more bearable. Pain was all that ruled my mind. Hazuki then withdrew her hand from my stomach and... Thanks, I try. The very first second, she suddenly lost consciousness. Yeah, because you just cut out. Yeah, that's fair, actually. Around the same time, someone else entered the operating room. The sound of his shoes reverberated throughout it, and I had no interest in whoever it was. The sole thing I focused on was continuing my bawling and screaming, unable to feel anything but agony. Seeing the unnatural expansion of my stomach, I felt blah blah blah. Along with the pain, I began to feel an itchiness. It was itchy, really, really itchy. I wanted to scratch it, but my hands were tied to the bed, so I couldn't. Suddenly, a shadow obstructed my view. It was Darth Spider, appearing from almost nowhere. He picked up Hazuki in his arms, exited the operating room with her, then came back alone a few moments later. He was carrying a sewing needle and some nylon thread. He slowly began to stitch together the wound in my stomach. The pain was practically nothing compared to the pain of having a foreign object shoved inside me, nor the agony of having my flesh ripped open. Darth Spider's sewing was incredibly sloppy. Even a grade schooler could have done better. Every time he pulled on the fishing line, it chafed against the chasms he'd opened in my skin. The itchiness grew more intense, an unbearable itchiness. An itchiness that seemed to well up deep inside me. Itchy, 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 itchy. I wanted to scratch it. If he had just let me, I wouldn't even mind if I died. The tingling itch combined with the pain. And yet, even more than the pain, the itch threatened to... Okay. It just doesn't let me stop to read some of these. Due to my mental state... you've joined back as we are now going through the game showing us firsthand the new gen murders that happened. So there was a couple. The first one was the group dive where several people were on a roof and there's a video recording of them freaking out for a while before they just randomly jump off the building. And it's because they were given delusions about like zombies with like sharp weapons chasing them off, and then they thought they saw stairs, and then there weren't stairs. And the one that we just saw now was the man-child case, where a man was knocked out and awoke dead with a child shoved into his stomach, or an unborn fetus shoved into his stomach. That unborn fetus was shoved in by crazy nurse lady. So there's crazy nurse lady, and then nice looking detective guy, like innocent looking detective guy. They are actually members of the Church of the Divine Light or whatever. And so they're the two new gen killers, who are only doing this to terrify our main character, Takumi, Nishijo, so that he will awaken to his powers, I guess. They're trolling him by murdering several people in gruesome ways. So that was the man-child case. This is probably going to be the numbskull case, I think. Due to my mental state, it took me a while to notice that the scenery had changed once again. I felt slight relief from the pain and the itchiness, but the sensation hadn't completely disappeared. Even now, as I stumbled through Shinsen, I felt an itch in the center of my body. But along with that itch, I felt the sensation of a foreign object in my abdomen, as well as the pain of the needle weaving in and out of my body. They all remained as distinct, lingering discomforts, continuing to torment my mind even now. I was on an unlit, rarely used road. As I walked down it, I saw a figure coming toward me. The road was so narrow, we would have had to turn sideways in order to even pass each other. When I saw the figure it looked like, my body turned to ice yet again. It was the man dressed as Darth Spider. We passed each other. Darth Spider didn't give any kind of reaction. My heart was beating out of my chest, and then something surfaced in my mind. An incredibly compulsive urge. One that made no sense for me to feel. A crusty old fuck who'd been hitting on my girl. Pissed me off like you wouldn't believe. I wanted to kill him. That extremely abrupt feeling drove me forward. The face of my girl was fogging my memories. I couldn't remember her very well, to the point where I wasn't sure if she even existed in the first place. And yet the crusty old fuck who'd been hitting on my girl was crystal clear in my mind. I'd seen his face before. He was the victim of the cruxification case. Oh, the very first... Okay, the first one. Okay. I see. Wait, stop. Oh, I can actually pause during this. Oh, that's interesting to know. That's interesting. Is this that ending you were talking about? Because I finished last week's Umineko reading in the amount of time it took you to get here. We've been on the ending for a while. There were several extra scenes that we were watching ahead of time to get here, and then bonus memes or whatever. Well, we've been here for a while, okay? What does new gen mean? New generation madness is what it means here. I can't believe Chap hates me. Yeah, I do. I hate specifically you. That's why I don't read your messages until I actually get a chance. That's a wild concept, I know. I hate you specifically. That's just what you want me to say. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? I'm out here trying to keep my sanity. Well, I say stuff that's topical. What do you want me to do? I'm reading here. I'm reading insane shit. I can't stop every 5 seconds. Chill. Allow my messages to be taken in context. Well, I don't know what to tell you other than to include the context with your shit. I don't know what to tell you. I read an Earl manga. Like, don't worry. It's in the VOD where you can see the message and when it's sent and what message is happening at the time. Don't worry, okay? People understand. All right. I'm gonna unselect this. We'll unselect this or pause, and then it will autoplay. And these things, I don't like how these autoplay because they autoplay the text too fast at times. I'm trying to read them. My memory launched forward, placing me in a dark, narrow alley. An alley I knew all too well. The scene of the cruxifixion. Okay, now I have to pause because I'm seeing in the chat, Shadow saying he's only human. And now I'm going, no, he's literally a furry. I'll have you know, do the command, boys. What does the command say I am? What does the command say? Go on, type it in. Type it in. Type in the command at the chat. I know you know it. I know you know it. Don't act like you don't know what the command is. I have to get back to my reading. Oh, you just wanted to come in here, give me shit, and then leave? That's all it is? See, there you go. It says it. It says it right there. It says I'm not a furry. It's not going to change no matter how many times you do it. It's not going to change. Because the result's the same. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. That's proof. That's proof. Right in front of me was the victim of that case. He was a middle-aged man, and my hands were... his body convulsed violently, bubbles frothing from his mouth, and his eyes... I'm trying to read this. Upon learning what it felt like to have a... Eventually, the man stopped moving. Okay, I get it. All right, the perpetrator of the case... I released my hands from his neck and let him collapse to the ground. I gave him a single, parting kick to the side, then immediately went to leave. I turned around. The man who was supposed to be dead was getting up. I still rolled in the back of his head. With a yelp, I punched him, knocking him to the ground. Even though his movements were sluggish, he kept getting back up no matter how many times I hit him. I grabbed his neck again. Just as I had done earlier, but this time with even more force. I wrung my hands tightly around his neck. I put all the strength I had into my grip, applying enough pressure. He soon stopped moving again. This time I put my ear to his mouth, and once I made absolutely sure he wasn't breathing, I let him drop and watched his body for a while. And then somehow, the man who should have died twitched violently and began rising to his feet. The expression on his face was clearly fitting of a dead man's. It didn't change even slightly as he moved. Rising up the ground, he started coming towards me. As I stumbled back in fear, I stepped on something. Startled, I looked down at my feet. A large number of cross-shaped. I had to stop moving from anymore. I had to drive a stake into the monster that I was facing. If I didn't, I'd be screwed. Overwhelmed by the impending danger, I shoved the man against the wall before he could finish getting up. I picked up a stake. And before I knew it, I was gripping a hammer in my other hand. Okay, so here the delusion was sent to a random other person, and then they just murdered somebody. Okay. Actually, I wanted to come in here and ask if you'd be willing to respond to my Umineko messages I sent to my community server. I think you're there. But obviously, I'm going to be here for a while. I'm going to be here for a while, okay? I'm going to be here for a while. Probably. But I will take a look at them when I get a chance. There's going to be an ad break in a couple minutes, but don't worry about that yet. We'll get that. We'll get there when we get there. Once again, I found myself in an operating room, but it wasn't the man-child case again. Despite knowing that, the pain from that experience coupled with the sensation of a foreign object in my stomach continued to torture me. It ground away at each and every nerve. I could see two fingers in my field of vision. They both were still as could be, staring in my... Oh wait, did I say fingers? I could see two figures in my field of vision. They were both still as could be, staring in my direction with bated breath. One of them was Darth Spider, and the other was Hazuki Shino. Her scrubs weren't soaked in blood this time, which was what led me to believe that this was a different case than the man-child one. I was lying in bed. A needle for an IV was embedded in my arm. Nothing was being injected into me. The liquid in the tube was flowing backwards, and the liquid was blood. Oh, the vampire case, I see. My blood, the blood that circulated within this body, was being sucked out through the IV. At the end of the tube, there was only an extremely dirty bucket that was filled to the brim with blood. The blood continued to fall into the bucket. Drip, drip, drip. My head felt fuzzy. I was incredibly dizzy. I was assailed by an intensely peculiar sensation, one where a pleasant feeling like my consciousness was floating away, intermixed with the pain and itchiness left over from the man-child case. Then, as if showing off to me, Darth Spider and Hazuki tenderly embraced each other like lovers. As the two supported one another, Hazuki's face looked happy. I could understand... What the fuck? I couldn't understand how she could make a face like that in the middle of the... Okay. But before I could think about it, why I couldn't understand it, the pain grew far more intense. My throat was sapped for all moisture. My vision gradually darkened. My consciousness slowly grew thinner and thinner until eventually it evaporated completely. And yeah. I then realized this was a vicarious experience. I was being forced to experience the series of new-gen murders vicariously. I was facing the pain of each case, the fear, one by one. If that was true, then there were still 3 remaining. Realizing that, my despair pulled me down even deeper.
先生
Actually, this also reminds me of the story I had to read today. It's called Understand by Ted Chiang? Is that how you say that? You might like that too? Okay, I'll look into it. Someone called out to me and I came back to myself. I should have been in the operating room, but I was standing in this hallway of some hospital.
高階先生
Unsurprisingly, through no will of my own, my body turned around. Behind me was Hazuki Shino, accompanied by a somewhat somber
折
expression.
り入ってご相談があるんですが
Time for the numbskull case,
こ
boys.
こだと人目につきますから
Well, sure, what is it? Her voice apologetic, Hazuki entered an examination room. My mind screamed, "Don't go!" at Dr. Takashina, but unsurprisingly, my voice didn't reach him. But before we get into that, we have an ad break. Hopefully the last ad break of the night. So let's see. And we'll see you guys in a bit. Stay safe. And we are back. We're back. We're not wasting time. We're continuing. Numbskull case time. Wait, my mic is unmuted, right? Yeah, we're good. All right. I always get nervous about that. My mind screamed, "Don't go!" at Dr. Takashina, but unsurprisingly, my voice didn't reach him. It was currently after hours at the hospital, so no one else was in the exam room. Hazuki walked steadily toward the center of it. I, Takashina, followed her without even the slightest doubt. And then she abruptly stopped. Just as I wondered what she was doing, a man wearing something black on his head leapt out from the darkness. I reeled back, startled only for the man to shove something akin to a piece of gauze over my mouth. And just like that, my consciousness was stolen away. An ear-piercing noise rang through my head. Ah, don't give me those noises. My skull was vibrating violently. And it wasn't just vibrating. It was being shaved to dust. I felt that sensation incredibly clearly. The sound died down, and when I opened my eyes, I was... Okay. Like a collection of numerous eyes bore down on me in the ceiling, shone brilliantly illuminating my face. Oh. Oh, really? My what? I was thoroughly enchanted tone. In a thoroughly enchanted tone, Hazuki said those words, picked up a pair of scissors, and then used them to cut away some of the membrane. I felt the sensation directly, and immediately following it, I was seizing... Or rather Dr. Takashina, hadn't known that Hazuki had the ability to perform surgery, let alone open brain surgery, and as a result of this, my mind erupted with surprise, followed by me noticing that my body was incapable of moving due to the anesthesia. Hazuki was alone in the operating room. The man wearing black from before, Darth Spider, was there too. But he said nothing. He simply stood in place, not moving.
人工呼吸器なしで1週間以上生きたっていう事例があるんです。
I was
ご存
not.
知ですか?
Without losing the gentle smile on her face, Hazuki
それって
whispered,
つまり脳がなくてもしばらくは生きていられるっていうことですよね。
I guess so.
先生はどれくらい生きられるかしら?
Not long, probably. I shuddered. An unfathomable terror rose up from within me. Hazuki held a spoon in front of my eyes, only for it to leave my vision soon after.
高階先生に信仰の救いあれ。
Without warning, I felt a foreign object being forced inside inside my head. And not inside my head in the sense that it wasn't really happening. Something had literally been shoved inside. I felt the sensation. There was no pain. However, it was more than enough to fill me with disgust and terror. Hazuki took off a piece of something onto a tray sitting beside me. Only when my eyes had looked over. It was a beautiful pink color. It had been smashed into a pulp. It reminded me of soft. Realizing it was my brain, my sense of dread peaked. I pleaded with her, "Please stop." But Hazuki's hand didn't stop moving. Instead, her expression turned to one of pure ecstasy. Her cheeks were stained, a bright scarlet, as she carelessly dug into Takashina's whatever. Suddenly, I was having fun. Suddenly, I harbored intense hatred. Suddenly, I felt happy. Suddenly, a furious lust burned within me. She stirred my brain, stirring my emotions along with it. Emotions different to what I myself felt boiled up within me. Because of these emotions, my mind, heart, and soul were drifting away from the consciousness known as me, forcing me to confront the ambiguity of my own existence. As the mental rape that sought to deny my own existence tore my mind to shreds, I found myself walking under a railway overpass. If I went off the case order, this time it would be the finger food case. As I had expected would happen, my body was now a woman's. I was incredibly hungry. Perhaps the victim had been on a diet or something. I crossed paths with the man in the Darth Spider costume once again. Everywhere I went, he would show up. Considering how much his appearance stood out, why hadn't the police or mass media gotten anything on him at all? That looks pretty tasty, huh? It was the first time Darth Spider had said anything. He pointed at my right hand as he spoke. It was a surreal spectacle. For some reason, I was holding 5 bare chicken skewers, each one sticking out from the gas between my fingers. Warm-looking steam rose from them, as did the juicy aroma of cooked meat. Both things further stimulating my appetite. Saliva overflowed from my mouth. Unable to wait another second, I took a bite. Sharp pain shot through my finger, but I couldn't stop chewing. I never had such an incredible blah blah blah. Itadakimasu. Tons of juices escaped from the meat. It was delectable. It was to die for. In the blink of an eye, I had cleaned the skewers cleanly. Before I knew it, Darth Spider had disappeared. But it didn't matter much to me. I didn't even care about the strange man at all. I wanted to keep eating. My stomach cried out for more food. He's just eating his fingers, right? The fingers on my right hand throbbed with pain. But my hunger... whatever. Once again, I looked at my right hand, and when I realized I hadn't just been holding chicken skewers, I had also been carrying a large slab of meat. The glorious protein was still fastened to the bone. It was dripping juices. If I had got my hands on this, the question, too, quickly became, okay, I sank my teeth into the meat with all the strength I could muster. Excruciating pain. I ripped a chunk off, chewed it, tasted it, then gulped it down. The meat was tender, and it carried a fair amount of fat. A bit deeper. Both my hands and the area around my mouth were greasy with fat, but I didn't care. I never experienced such incredible flavor before. I tore the meat off the bone. Fat melted and gushed throughout my mouth, leaving a unique aftertaste. It hurt for some reason. It hurt so bad I thought I wanted to die, but I kept chewing. Compared to how large the bone was, there wasn't a lot of meat on it. It didn't take too long for me to eat it all up. Finally, I licked all of the remaining tiny scraps of flesh that were clinging to the bone. Every piece I set free, I suckled on. The 5 slender bones protruding. Okay. I gnawed on the bones. A fierce pain ripped through me. Pain so intense it nearly collapsed on the spot. Tears streaming down my face. I gleefully slurped up all the remaining. Okay. I tore free one of the bones. The intense stimulus. Okay. Chomp, crunch, chomp, crunch. When I went to swallow it, the bone got stuck in my throat and I could no longer breathe. My legs swung around uncontrollably. Before I knew it, a string had been wrapped around my ankles, stopping them in place. Darth Spider was standing in front of me. Writhing in agony, the exposed bones of my right hand struck the ground. The impact sent violent, rippling waves of pain throughout my entire body, and I immediately pissed myself. And I would never open my eyes again. I don't remember that case at all. I opened my eyes in a dim back alley. The scenery was a little different from before. I was walking down the alley while leaning on a male DQN's shoulder. His face was horribly beaten, and he looked like he was about to cry. The 3 of them, including me, were in awful condition. Their clothes were soaked with blood, their faces were ridiculously swollen, and they all had a number of chipped teeth. The person who had done this was probably me. It was the 3 DQNs that beat me up, and after that happened, they'd had their torsos torn apart and died. Once again, the man in the Darth Spider costume was there, standing at the area where we were walking. The guy who was lending me his shoulder shouted at Darth Spider, but with his face as it was, any impact it could have had was pretty much had. Lame.
とりあえず金よこせよ。金？とぼけんなよこら。てめえが言ったんじゃねえか。西条いたぶれば謝礼するとかってよ。
One of them grabbed Darth Spider. Holding him by the collar, he lifted him up, then hit his black helmet with his hand.
ふざけたもんかぶりやがって。なめてんのか。外せ。外せよこら。
He forced the helmet off. I had already predicted the face that would be under it, and of course, there he is. There he was, Suwa Mamoru, looking completely unfazed. He was Hazuki Shino's accomplice, so he was another culprit behind New Gen. Suwa rammed his knee deep into the stomach of the man grabbing him. His agile movement set him far apart from the reckless violence of the DQNs.
君たち3人とも用済みなん?
The ground shook slightly.
なんだ今の?
Behind Suwa, there was a presence, hiding in the darkness deep within the narrow alley. Something was there, rumbling with an eerie growl. And from what I could tell, it wasn't a normal size. Even though we couldn't see it, the fierce bloodlust given off by that monster made all of our hearts seize up. What the fuck? Eventually, with footsteps that sounded like the very ground itself was rumbling, it showed itself. A literal real-life monster. It was so unbelievably grotesque, nothing else like it existed on this earth. Its brown, slimy skin glistened, and its gigantic head sat wedged between its shoulders. Its scarlet eyes shone brightly. Its mouth tore open on both sides, and its wrists were as thick as giant logs. The bipedal monster came up beside Sua and opened its gaping maw wide as could be. Its rows of sharp fangs glinted, reflected the burning glare of the streetlights. Its roar was like a low, dull growl, and yet it was more terrifying than anything I had ever heard. No beast could have hoped to compare. A roar with such ferocity, even the very souls who had heard it would tremble. Even the very souls who... what? A roar with such ferocity, even the very souls of all who heard it would tremble. I'm really into Spark Wars. I'm kind of an otaku. Suo was the only one who didn't seem bothered by the monster's appearance. On the contrary, he touched the monster's leg in blatant satisfaction, caressing it. Another roar. The monster stepped one step closer to the frozen still trio. We tried to run, but there was no escape. We screamed for help, but there was no one around for kilometers. An overwhelming difference in power. The difference in potential between our species was too great. The three of us were helpless when faced with the beast before us. For the first time in our lives, we experienced fear from the deepest depths of our hearts. When someone is frightened like that, they fall silent, shrinking back, and can't move even a single muscle. And so the monster let out a single breath and swung its log-like arms. In an instant, as if they were rag dolls, the two of them were torn to shreds. Blood and viscera splattered across the alley, steam rising from the remains. The severed corpses of the two men were then viciously tossed aside, skewering them on the handles of a nearby telephone pole. Me? So his gaze pierced through me. I realized then that he was the one controlling the alien. I told myself this was a delusion, but there was no point. In the face of absolute terror and overwhelming brutality, I simply slumped to the ground and pissed myself. All I could do after that was look up in a daze at the monster, and then... my torso was ripped apart. I felt this in a way no other human could ever possibly experience. And then I stopped breathing. Okay, good. I was getting worried it was going to do another one of those autoplay sequences for that. How many times have I died vicariously? 3 times? 1 time? 7 times? 4 times? 2 times? 5 times? Human flesh tasted amazing. It hurt. No more. Darth Spider's outfit was surreal. It had to be a joke. So wait, how many times had I died? Wait, who died? Not me. I was dead. That monster was seriously straight out of a horror movie. But that monster was from so I'd say it was from Spark Wars. So what? Human flesh tasted amazing. The bones too. Why was Darth Spider black? Hazuki Shino was sexy, but she was scary. She was crazy. But that was what made her sexy. True. If Darth Spider was made of bones, what was human flesh? How many times had I died on this prank? Or was it a prank? No, I wasn't dead. I was dead. Death. Dead. Dead. It was surreal. No more. There were bones. Don't want to die. Black, I died? So kill me. Inside the rucksack Sua wore on his back, the port let out a strange mechanical sound. Sua had long since grown accustomed to hearing it, and because of that sound, he had been able to murder the heart and mind of the gigglomaniac Nishijo Takumi. He lifted up a heartfelt prayer and gratitude. No matter what, Sua would have never let Nishijo Takumi get away with what he had done, for the boy had driven Hazuki to suicide. Hazuki was Sua's childhood friend, whom he had lived with ever since he was born. Sua recalled what she had told him several years ago, back when he had decided to aspire to become a detective, and she to be a nurse.
私、守の子供を産みたい。
Oh. Both of their parents were disciples of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light, and God and the glorious founder have been in their lives since birth. Sua and Hazuki had both been raised as children of the Divine Light, and their betrothal was the will of the glorious founder as well. And so the two of them dutifully obeyed the teachings of the Divine Light, going so far as to offer the life of their child within Hazuki's womb. Even when Hazuki had given her life as a martyr, she had still believed that she was doing the right thing. The 7 incidents, colloquially known as the New Generation Madness, Sua and Hazuki had caused them together. Partway through the incident, Sua had grown quite flustered when his senior, Ban Yasuji, pointed out the inconsistencies in the group dive video. The video Sua had uploaded to YouTube had been recorded by projecting his memories. However, as it had been a few days since the incident at the time of recording, his memories had grown far less clear. He had not remembered the exact details of the scene, but since the video would not have been realistic without them, he had expressly gone to Cornelius Tower to review the photos hanging in the lobby. As a result, the video had indeed been made more realistic, but he had failed to choose the correct picture. He had no reason to suspect that something would look so strikingly different between the tower's completion and the present. However, thanks to the political influence of the glorious founder, all of that had been suppressed. It would be unwise to underestimate the power of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light's glorious founder. He had many connections within the government, and he had even managed to weave several of his followers into management positions at the Metropolitan Police. No matter how much those like Bond cried out for justice, the natural conclusion to come to was that they would never be able to do a thing to harm him. Sua's position as a detective, Hazuki's position as a detective, the support coming from the pressure of the glorious founder placed on the police and the media, the NOAA systems, terminals provided by Nozomi Technology. Utilizing all these tools, Sua and Hazuki had focused solely on killing. As for the reason they had gone to such lengths to continue killing people, it had all been for the sake of breaking Nishijo Takumi. After they forced him to awaken as a gigalomaniac, they would kidnap him and harvest his code sample. Alternatively, by breaking the delusionary Nishijo Takumi, they would lure out the real Nishijo Takumi, capture him, and harvest his code sample. Oh yeah, it was for the code sample thing, okay. For the reason, yeah, okay. As long as it was Nishijo Takumi, it made no difference if he was real or a copy. That was why Sua had acted as Nishijo Takumi, using a wheelchair in his impersonation attempt. It had all been foretold by a divine prophecy bestowed upon Sua and Hazuki, one they had to fulfill no matter what sacrifices they would have to make during its course. And now, after sacrificing Hazuki, they had at least been able to compare the trials given to them by God. The face of the woman who had loved him, and the one whom had loved in return, rose in Sua's mind. He gritted his teeth in intense sadness, bearing the utmost grief. As he bathed in sorrow, Sua approached Nishijo Takumi, whose mind had just been slaughtered. What? What? Is this Hazuki's voice? What is this? At the edge of the platform, oh, Senna. At the edge of the platform, Aoi Senna cradled the head of her father, whom she herself had decapitated. She had fallen to her knees long ago, and now she sat alone atop the train tracks. I can't believe Crying Sky was the Sua wins ending. We're here for it, actually. Her chest dyed a deep crimson from her father's blood. She laughed. Drool slovenly seeping from her mouth. Her eyes were unfocused. Sua, now having composed himself, glanced at the girl. She's already long gone, he muttered to himself inside his head. In any case, her usefulness had expired, and he felt no need to kill her. From the gigalomaniacs who had gathered in Tokyo for Project Noah, there were still 2 whose cold samples had yet to be harvested. This number excluded Kusunoki Yua, for she was an irregularity that had never been suspected of being a gigalomaniac. The remaining targets were Nishijo Takumi and Orihara Kozue. It had to be the infallible guidance of the divine light that the 2 of them had fallen right into Sua's hands, in the same location even. He had now received total proof that his actions had always been proper and just. For this, he held endless gratitude towards heaven and the glorious founder. Upon reaching Takumi, he dropped to his knees, grabbed the limp boy's upper arms, and attempted to forcefully pull him to his feet. But Takumi had already gone hollow. He was no longer capable of standing. His heart and mind had perished completely. Serves him right. With a snort, Sua began to walk away, dragging Takumi, but the arms, along with him. Oh my Jesus. Jesus Christ. Kozupi was shouting something. Sounded painful. She was hurting. Maybe having fun? I blinked my eyes. Where Kozupi? She was hanging from some weird cross art. Remy was at her feet. She was lying on the ground, tied up round. Kozupi was weird. Her clothes were torn a lot. They were in pieces. And then there, creeper crawling. Creeper crawling? What was? Her shell, her skin, her cheeks, and her neck, and her arms, and around her belly button, and up her thighs, and creeper crawly squishy wishy. Lots of thingies were wiggling upon Kozupi's skin. Not 1, 10 thingies, 20, maybe 30 thingies? I think they're parasites, yucky little caterpillars. Cosby's not having a good time. Cosby shakes her head around, her eyes went everywhere, lots of dribble. Her face looked super stupid. Looked funny. And like she was also wearing a thingy on her head. Yeah, a lot of cords coming out of it, like a toy. Like a super duper Power Ranger toy set or something.
楽しいことでもあったのですか? 西条匠.
Is that supposed to be all fucked up? Like it's supposed to say amusing, right? But sing? Is this how he's perceiving him saying that, or is this a typo? I'm confused. An old guy I never seen before. Who?
なるほど。無意識に折り
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's like that on purpose. Okay. It's like that on purpose.
物好きですね。そんなに焦らずとも、彼女の次は君にたっぷりとあの拷問を受けさせてあげますよ。
Who's next? Me? I didn't want that. What? No, I didn't want that. Who's next? Me? No, I don't want that. I didn't want any suffering. I didn't want any pain.
タク、あなたなら、今なら、止められる。あなたなら。
My wrist should have been tied by my back, but suddenly, as if I had a will of my own, the cord loosened and fell to the floor. Tied up and lying on the ground, Remy turned just her gaze to me. Her eyes pleaded with me. A gigantic device sat in the center of the dome-shaped room, giving off an eerie hum. That's it. Noah 2. That is Noah 2. Destroy it. Remy's eyes asked me for this of me. A tall, intellectual-looking man, Nodose, had his back turned to me, and he was watching Cosby's torture with an earnest look on his face. He hadn't noticed me moving. There was no one else around, not even Sua. Hold on. Okay, so just Remy talk to us, breaks us out of the mind break that we had going on? Okay. I could do it now. I was the only one who could. But I was scared. What if Nodose caught me? What if I failed? What if I... when I thought these things, my body began to tremble. There's something seriously wrong with this game, forcing the fate of the world onto someone like me. But I had to do it. That realization and resolve came to me with surprising ease. Maybe I'd grown stronger. Yeah, that was it. I was strong. I was super strong now. I stood up, slowly. Notice I still hadn't noticed. For a final boss, he was a total dumbass. Was it that fun watching Cosby suffering? Raw disgust flowed through me. I gritted my teeth. Come forth, D-sword. Ripples appeared in the open air, and a blue light burst forth. I grasped it. I felt it. Neither cold nor hot, neither hard nor soft. I drew it from the Dirac Sea, and a long, grand sword settled in my hand.
Nani?
Finally noticed me, but it was too late. I reel-booted my D-sword. I sent particles flying into everyone's dead spots. I'd done it completely unconsciously. The method that I'd used, or how it worked, didn't matter to me. I just had a delusion. It had come to be. I gripped the hilt of my D-sword with both hands. Its glow transformed from blue to red. Nope. Notice stared at me in disbelief. He was shrinking back. I'd won. I grinned from ear to ear, raised my sword, and formed a delusion. This was a sword of light. It possessed incredible power to cut through the very air itself. If I called forth all of its power and swung the blade, it could reduce anything on this earth to rubble. I couldn't come up with a name for my special attack right on the spot, so I just gave up shouting something out. Besides, this wasn't some shonen manga. I took the power I'd stored in my D-sword through my delusions and unleashed it all toward Noah 2. Well, that was quick. Problem solved. Easy. Two months later. Oh, all right. That was easy. The winter sky was barely blue, but in exchange, unlike the summer sky, it was crisp, cool, and carried an almost translucent aura. It was morning. A few minutes ago, my eyes had opened to the sound of my alarm clock, and now as I brushed my teeth, my gaze shifted up toward the sky. It had been 2 months since that insanity. Shibuya was still in the midst of reconstruction efforts. Ever since the new year had first kicked off, little by little, Shibuya had slowly been returning to its noisy, gaudy self. A voice called my name. That seemed too easy. Are you telling me this is going to be a delusion? Nah. When I turned around, I saw Rimi making her way up the stairs. I hadn't seen her in her school uniform since that day. Rimi gave me a big smile and took a salute-like pose.
Bishi?
Bishi? Ohayo? You're gonna make breakfast on a fucking shipping container roof? Rimi was holding a bag from the convenience store. Inside were some eggs, milk, and white bread. Standing in front of the sink, she cheerfully started making preparation. What? We have a sink? Oh, out here. I see. I never noticed. We have like a washing machine. Like, okay. Counter, stove, I'm assuming. Past 2 months, Rimi had made it a point to come to my base pretty much every morning to cook me breakfast. Apparently, she hadn't done much cooking before she'd met me, so this doubled as practice for her. I wanted to tell her not to use me as her guinea pig, but just being able to eat a girl's home cooking at all made me incredibly happy, so I just bit my tongue and put up with it. Ever since the earthquake, Soimei Academy had been closed down, but it was finally reopening today. I plan to use this opportunity to leave behind my semi-shut-in life, starting by seriously attending school. As she said that, Rimi cracked open an egg. Cracking open a cold one. Jesse, we have to cook. Rimi, we have to cook. As one would expect, it wasn't exactly feasible to eat outside right in the middle of winter. You'd freeze your ass off. To avoid that, Rimi carried inside the 2 servings of toast and scrambled eggs she'd made for us, and set them down on the small table beside each other, and once her hands were free, the 2 of us sat down next to each other on the sofa. Itadakimasu.
Itadakimasu.
After putting my hands together, I reached for the butter sitting on the edge of the table. However, Remy had done the same thing at almost the exact same time, and our fingertips brushed against each other atop the container of butter. What is this, some kind of eroge? What a rom-com ass plot point. Smiling wryly at that in my head, my eyes soon met those of Remy's, who was sitting extremely close to me, and my heart began to pound. Remy didn't take her eyes off me, nor did she pull back her hand. Both of us had gone rigid, staring at each other as our fingers touched. Remy entwined her fingers with my own. Premarital hand-holding, chat. Her eyes softly closed, and then she ever so slightly lifted her face. What are we, some kind of chaos head, Noah? What are we? What is this? Naturally, I held Remy's hand in return. I slowly neared her lip.
朝から何イチャついてんの？
Nanami. Don't cock block Nanami. Flustered, I jumped away from Remy. When I looked at my door, I saw Nanami standing there. I had no idea when she'd shown up. All I knew was that her arms were crossed and she had a pretty exasperated look on her face.
ナナちゃん、おはよう。
おはよう。
ナナミ、心臓に悪いことするなよ。
お兄とリミさんってほんと仲いいね。焼けちゃうな。ねえねえ、実際のところどこまで行ったの？
Wouldn't you like to know? You would have known even more so how far we would have gone further if you didn't interrupt us.
どこまでって？またまたとぼけてないで教えてよ、リミさん。
It seemed like Nanami had selected Remy as her next target. Barging into my room, she pulled aside my computer chair and sat down in front of Remy.
キスは当然したとして、その先は？ちょっとからかわないでよ。いいじゃん、教えて。
Perpetually stuck in the shitty rom-com ending. No, this is the best ending. Why are you gonna be a hater? You want the other ending where we just fucking die from Remy? You want that where all Shibuya's fucked and then Remy has to kill us? You want that instead of this? What's wrong with you?
じゃあ鬼、教えてよ。どこまで行ったか。
No, I'm not telling you. Besides, we haven't even kissed yet. We were about to, though. God, why did you have to remind me? God, I'm such an idiot. I've had so many chances before now. I hate myself. At this rate, it felt like I'd never lose my V card. Starting to get depressed at how much of a loser I was, I gulped down some milk.
リミさんがのんびりしてるなら、ナナが鬼を
What?
奪っちゃうかな。
Nanami. Nanami. Practically a gallon of milk spurted from my mouth.
鬼、切ったな。
Look, I'm just saying it seemed a little easy destroying Noah too. Listen, we had a whole bullshit arc of us getting mentally broken. He didn't expect it to happen, so we turned the tables. It's all fine.
お前。
冗談だよ。本気にされても困っちゃうってば。
Phew. Can we please stop trying to give me a heart attack? But, of course, we're not done yet. We still have to meet up and reconcile with Yua, Senna, and Kozubi. We still gotta meet up with all them. And ISA as well. We gotta get all the girls. Side by side, the three of us walked to school together. Remy was humming that Phantasm song again. Passing through the center of Shoto Park, we took my usual shortcut. You could still see a few traces of the earthquake around the park. For example, part of the stone wall circling the pond was still broken. Even then, though, it was still way better off than the rest of Shibuya, especially when compared to the sad state of the center of it.
おはようございます。
Hey, Yua! Yua was sitting on the bench. Turning toward us, she put on a gentle smile and bowed her head.
西条くん、 昨日はとても楽しかったです。
What did we do yesterday?
昨日
ユアと一緒に秋葉原まで買い物に行ったんだ。
Oh, yeah, that's what we
わかっ
did.
た。お人形さんでしょう。
They're not dolls. They're figures. They're figures.
フィギュアと言えよ。
Yeah. Well, it was true that they'd gone to buy figures.
新しいセイラちゃん早速部屋に飾りました。私も行きたかったな。
リミってフィギュアに興味ない
No, she's interested in you, you big dummy. When asked that, Rumi gave a slightly sheepish smile.
っていうかタクの好きなもの私も好きになりたいし。
See?
わあ大胆発言。
Talk about bold.
だったら今度一緒に買いに行きましょう。本当？ありが
Thanks
と
a
うございま
bunch.
す。
You and Rumi had really hit it off. You and Nanami's classes were both in different buildings. So as we said our goodbyes at the school entrance... Oh, wait. Oh, so we said our goodbyes at the school entrance. As I changed into my indoor shoes, someone came up from behind me and blew into my ear. I shuddered, goosebumps springing all over me, jumped away, and spun around. Oh, it's Ayase! There stood Ayase, wearing a narrow smile.
おはよう、たくみ。
That's me! I'm Takumi! Takumi da!
おはよ
おはよう、あやちゃん。あや
Aya-chan. Oh, Ayase tilted her head when she heard Rimi call her that.
初めてよ。そんな呼び方をされたのは悪くないわ。
I do not mind it.
でしょ？
でしょ？
3月にはライブがあるの。あさって。
There will be a concert. You are coming. She abruptly changed the subject. Unsurprisingly, Ayase was as hard to get a read on as ever.
よかったら来て。
僕に言ってるの？
たくみに言ってるのよ。
Talking to... I'm indeed talking to you directly, Takumi. I'm looking you straight in the eye. I don't care about your girl here. I want you to come to my concert.
それと、リミ。
And to Rumi, I guess.
あ、本当？絶対行くね。
Phantasm had broken up a while back, but I'd heard that they had a sudden revival after the new year started up. I didn't know where the change of heart had come from, but what I did know was that I wanted to hear more of Ayase singing.
でも、たくみは渡さないわ。
Damn. Oh, the girls are fighting. We got competition. I didn't really know what was up with the butt. But Ayase reached out and softly caressed my cheek, as if she was showing Rimi her place. Holy. I'm sorry, Ayase. I wasn't familiar with your game.
じゃあね、たくみ。
Oh my, we're so in? With a bewitching smile, she climbed the stairs in front of us. In a daze, I watched her go without the faintest clue of what had just happened.
たく、鼻の下伸びてる。
I quickly shot a hand up to my mouth.
冗談。
Alright, now we gotta meet up with Senna. When we reached the outskirt of our classroom... Oh wait, no, sorry, Kozupi as well. Kozupi came racing down the hallway, her smile stretching from ear to ear. And then she died. But before she could make it to us, she suddenly crashed into a boy coming out of the classroom and landed flat on her butt. Classic Kozupi. Her eyes swimming with tears, she apologized to the boy, then finally managed to get over to us. Good morning. Good morning.
怪我はない？廊下を走っちゃダメだよ、コズピ。
Cosby started fidgeting. She then looked up at me from below.
たくみさんに早く教えたかったのら。
教えるって何を？
ほんとね。ほら。
What am I looking at? Constantly pointing in the direction she had just come running from. Hey, it's Senna! When I looked closer, I saw Senna standing there, leaning against the wall. Her arms were crossed, and she had a fairly sullen expression plastered on her face.
セナさん退院したんだ。
Yo! Good for her! Senna had been hospitalized over the past 2 months. Suwa's psychological attacks had put her out of commission for a long time. That makes sense. Senna raised her head, then slowly began making her way towards us. She was just as scary as ever. She always carried a certain aura, one that gave off the impression that she would suddenly slap you, even if you hadn't done anything wrong. I had gone to visit Senna in the hospital twice a week, but no matter how many times I tried to make conversation, she never said so much as a single word. The awkwardness had been torture. Could it be that she just hated me that much? I didn't really know how to handle her. A fierce tension hung in the air between us. Then again, it would have been more accurate to say that I was only I was freaked out. She was fine.
というわけで、今日は学校が終わったら退院のお祝いをしようしよう。
Let's go! Cosby out here talking like Mario. Let's go, celebrate. Santa-chan getting out of the hospital. Cosby was the only one showing any sort of enthusiasm. Well, I mean, a party with this kind of atmosphere would be pretty shitty.
おい、西条。
Nishijoda. That was when Santa finally opened her mouth. I shrank back, refusing to meet her
こ
eyes.
れを。
Koreo. Santa held something out to me. It was a small stick with the word win written on it. Yo, she won! Or now I won?
あ、ガルガリ君の当たり棒なのら。
It's the winning Crunchy Coon sticky stick. There's an Italian side of all of us? Oh no. Oh, it's a winning Crunchy Coon. Bewildered, I accepted it. Santa quickly looked the other way.
お前に言いたいことがある。
Oh.
なんでしょう。
Was it just my imagination, or has Santa's cheeks actually turned pink?
お前のことが
Wh-
好きだ。
What?
Huh?
In front of Remy? What?
おぴ
Oh, poopy. Her sudden confession left not just me, but Remy and Cosby all speechless. For a moment, I thought she was just teasing me, but Senna wasn't the type of character to make those kind of jokes. Which meant, are you serious? Finally, my popular times are here.
お見舞いに来てくれて
Ooh,
嬉しかったんだ。
Oh.
I-
Oh.
言わせるな、このバカが。
Idiot. Idiot Shinji Baka. She had gone all dare, then straight back to soon mode all on her own. Wait. Go back a little. That was way too sudden. Way behind schedule, Remy let out a cry in surprise. Gozipi, likely still processing, had her eyes wide open.
なんだ、先ほど。異論があるのか。
ありまくりだよ。
Yeah, lots.
とにかくダメだって。
Aww. Remy and Cosby were utterly baffled, but the most bewildered one of us all was me. I would have never expected something so insane. Without any idea of how the hell I was supposed to react, I gazed up at the clear sky sitting outside the window. Somehow, even though the semester had only just started, it was already quite the eventful day. I wonder, will every day be like this from now on? Will these fun, peaceful times go on forever? I sure hope so. I wished for it from the bottom of my heart. Suddenly, I saw the reflection of my face in the window. And the reflection I saw wasn't me, because it was covered in wrinkles. What? Color and light disappeared. What? What is going on? What is this TV? I was hugging my knees close to me, and the space dyed pitch black. In front of my eyes was the only light source around. It was like a monitor, It was like a window. It was like a picture frame. Inside it, Remy, Senna, and Cosby were chatting happily about something, but I couldn't hear their voices. I stared at it. My emotions were completely inactive, or maybe my heart was simply dead. I then realized I had been watching my own delusions, a 2D world where I had escaped into, a perfect illusion. How long had it all been in delusion?
最初からですよ。
Thank you, Notase. I looked behind me, where Norase stood tall. But with how dark it was, I could only see his feet.
諏訪君に心を殺されたではありませんか。
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. So, ever since he'd done that, I'd been in a delusion the entire time?
君のコードサンプルは採取できました。もう用済みですから、いつでも塵に帰ってもらって結構です。
Well, that's nice of you, I guess. I felt nothing. My heart was dead after all, so I shouldn't have felt anything. And yet a single tear trickled down my cheek. In the end, I'd gone right back to being a loser. I had run away from the painful reality.
最後に幸せな夢を見られて。
I mean, yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Even to the very end, I had been a completely worthless human being. I'm sorry, Remy. I apologized, but I didn't really understand why I had to anymore. I didn't feel any guilt. And so I decided to return to my delusion from earlier. Hopefully someone will kill me one of these days. So until then, I wanted to fully immerse myself in the happiness that came from the world I had escaped to. When had the rain begun to fall? Or perhaps this rain had been brought on by the world by Noah too. A gaze rained down from the sky. The stare pierced through the thick, pitch-black rain clouds and poured down on me like rain. It's too late for him now. I whispered in my heart to the owner of the gaze. I didn't feel the chill of the rain. Instead, the droplets on my cheeks felt warm to me. It was the first time I ever thought of rain as being warm. Perhaps it was the fault of the spine-chilling cold enveloping the dome where Noah 2 was. Reflected in my eyes was a ruined city. Reflected in my eyes was despair. Reflected in my eyes was death. Reflected in my eyes was nothingness. Not a soul was here. Not a soul was moving. Not a soul was left alive. The only thing I could hear was the sound of the rain continuing to pour. Well, if you're fucked, yeah. The ark had already been set into motion. We had been unable to stop it, and now the future was nothing but despair. At this rate, everything, both the living and the dead, would it all be gently embraced and washed away? I heard him whisper all of this inside his heart. His heart, it's so beautiful. I walked to the figure lying limp in the rubble. Oh, this is from Remy's perspective now. It was my fault he had ended up like this. If I had done better, you wouldn't have gotten involved at all. Feelings of guilt tortured me. I blamed myself. Forgive me. I'll give you peace now. How he had been born was far too sad. How he was going to die was far too sad. A heart so timid, so fragile. It was like it was made of glass. Glass so pure, it had shattered its owner to pieces. And at the very least, I didn't want him to suffer in the end. Lying on the ground, he looked up to me with vacant eyes. I pushed aside my emotions. Though I was looking at him, I tried to distance myself in an attempt to stave off my tears. If you and I were the only ones left in the world, if we stared into each other's eyes like this for all eternity, would my world be reduced to what's reflected in your eyes? Would your world be reduced to what's reflected in my eyes? The only thing reflected in my eyes was him. The only thing reflected in his eyes was me. When I thought of it that way, the world immediately seemed so much smaller. At least in the time you had left, it will become your world. Whether the world is painful, whether the world is agonizing, or whether the world is sorrowful, I'll make it so you no longer have to see it anymore. Do it. Do I press the button? Okay. Gathering my resolve, I let out a whisper. Lowering my head, I spread my arms wide. Almost as if I was prepared to take off, to soar above the rain clouds. As if I was trying to catch all the falling rain. I'm not crying, you're crying. All that's watching you.
妄想
is a delusion. More so.
殺してあげる
There she is. Feathers of light danced about. They served as a gift handed down from the sky, a gift for his funeral. Alright, take me out. Put me down, Remy. I slowly knelt to the ground right before his collapsed body. I'll cry if I see your eyes. I'm sorry, I can't look at them. I softly embraced his head in my arms. His body was devoid of all strength. It was as if he was fully prepared to die.
辛いよね
Yeah, a little bit.
ごめんごめんね
Yeah, you probably should be.
今
His demeanor told me that I wasn't just doing this for my own sake. He has a very peaceful smile on his face. But that smile was so sad. Even though I'd held it in all this time, tears began to well up. I had held them back because I didn't ever want him to see those tears. He'd finally found peace, and I didn't want him to worry any further. I kissed him on the lips. They were cold, desiccated, and yet when I kissed him, his trembling ceased. I was overjoyed to know that my warmth was of some use to him. If I drew back from his lips, he would see my teary face. If I drew back from his lips, I would want to kiss him again. If I drew back from his lips, I would be struck. Struck with such selfish feelings, I wouldn't be able to kill him anymore. My lips still enveloping his, I sank my D-sword into his chest. The sensation of it tearing through his skin, boring into his flesh, weaving through his bones, and slowly sinking through to the center of his body. It all passed through the sword and into my hands. I am so sorry. You can sleep for as long as you want to now. Goodbye. And there I go. Was the sky blurring because of the rain? Because of my tears? His body was enveloped by countless particles of light, and he slowly began to disappear as I held him in my arms. I reached my hand toward the sky. Somebody, please tell me. Just where could that sky of ours have gone? I think we did it, gamers. think we finally reached. I think we're finally done with the Crying Sky ending. We get a nice little song to end it up, and the credits roll. We did it, gamers. We did it, gamers. 5 hours it took. 3 hours of which was just to get to the ending. The endings themselves aren't that long, but getting there took us a bit because we had extra scenes. So now we get to enjoy the song. Enjoy the song. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Wow, that was a interesting experience for an ending, I guess. Experiencing the traumatic experience of the New Gen murders in person. Seeing the fake good ending was a fun little time. The bonus scenes to get here, there were many bonus memes that were fun to get here. And in the end, we got Rimi's perspective on the, why she killed him. Gotta put him out of his misery. Put him through too much already. Everything's already doomed and fucked. Might as well take him out. Might as well. So that was the Crying Sky ending. So the next one that's going to be on our list, not to do tonight, of course, potentially to do tomorrow, which may or may not happen, whatever. Tomorrow's stream, or the next time we stream Chaos Head Noah, we'll be doing the Minami ending. Or, I'm sorry, why did I say Minami? The Nanami, listen. We've been streaming for 5 hours, okay? The Nanami ending. We'll be doing the Nanami route. We'll be trying out one of the personal character routes. We'll do all the character routes, and then you do the true ending. We'll finish all this stuff. So we go with the sister route next. That's the plan. That's the plan. And then the Committee of Zero credits. Thank you so much, Committee of Zero, for fixing the game for us all. We appreciate you in this house. Spider Freak 1011. I feel like I've seen that name before. Anything? Anything? Hello? Okay, there we go. Achievement unlocked, Crying Sky, ending B. We reached ending B. It was ending A, ending B, and now we're going to do all the character route endings, and then we're going to do the true ending. So the next one that we'll be doing, next time we stream, will be the Nanami route. It is called Daydream. And then afterwards we'll do the Yua route, which is called, it was either Sun and Moon or Moon and Sun. I think it's Moon and Sun. Depending how long the routes so that was for like an ending. So the route ones, I don't know how long those are. We're going to do, I planned at least to, again, separate them. We'll do this one stream, this one another stream. If it turns out they're actually pretty short, then we might do 2 of them. I don't know. Like, if it turns out the Nanami one takes us like an hour and a half, then we'll also do the Yuo one that night too. That might be what we do. We'll see how that goes. Anyways, we reached the end of the night. We did it, gamers. I will talk to you all another night. Potentially tomorrow night, but we'll see about that. Usually I have movies and some other shit on Tuesdays, but if I do show up to stream, it might be a little later. I don't know yet. We'll see how it goes. Until next time, gamers, good night. Stay safe. Try not to lose your mind.